me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
They say I need some Rogaine to put in my hair. Work it out at the gym to fit my underwear. Oakley makes the shades to transform a tool. You'd hate for the kids to think that you lost your cool. I'ma do the things that I wanna do. I ain't got a thing to prove to you. I'll eat my candy with a fork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. I'm fine and dandy with a mirror inside. One look in the mirror and I'll take a peek. I don't give a hoot about what you think. Everyone likes to dance to a happy song with a catchy chorus and beat, so they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Pork and Bean Show, starring two of the world's foremost ascended disasters, Pork Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Bean. Sit back, relax, and stay a while, and access the far recesses of your imagination, as far as the universe that you can imagine beyond. And let us introduce you to the world of the Sasquatch people and their message of love, their message of hope, and their message of connection.
Susan Bland gave us a thumbs up. She says, "Oh yay, that's going to be a good one." But they're all good ones. And I was talking about
Yeah.
Scott Pedersen is going to be on the show.
I'm excited.
Uh-oh. I'm trying to spell your name without, is it P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N? Because I can't.
Don't
B-E-D.
even put a T in it, dude. It's a D, and we are adamant about it.
P-E-D.
E-R-S-E N.
S-E-N, okay.
No, it's S-O-N, isn't it? That's what it is on your, no?
No, it isn't.
No, I know, but I can't see it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, we got it right. We got it right now.
P-E-D-E-R-S-E-N.
Yeah, I got it. P-E-D-E-R-S-E-N, right.
That's right.
E-R-S-E-N.
We are Danes.
Danish, that's Danish?
Yeah.
You're a Great Dane.
Yes, I am. Or I try to be.
Okay, now how do I get to about, where am I now? Oh, I want to go about to discussion. Got it with the Facebook Live.
Yep.
Facebook
Hey,
Live, everybody.
Hey, everybody. This is Port Cunningham. I'm here with the world's handsomest man, Frank
Hi.
Oliver Baines. And
Hi, everybody. I love everybody. I love everybody. And we have Sky Pedersen.
the only reason you love everybody is because you're better looking than everybody.
I know. And I'm crushed today because my little camera doesn't work.
You
Well-
look fine, Michael.
And yeah, we're here today with Sky Pedersen, and we had to twist her arm to get her to come on, but we're excited to have you.
Sorry.
What do you got there, Beans?
This is my $800 doorstop.
Oh no.
You know, this fantastic camera, you know, it was doing nothing because I can't plug it in the computer.
Here's my little guy. It does everything.
Yeah, well, yours is $1,400, wasn't it? Something like that.
17.
And you don't, and you can't even plug an external microphone onto it.
Yeah, I can.
Wow.
I can.
Oh, you found a little hole for it to do that?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
I can. I can do that.
That's a great mic. That's a great camera. You're taking the greatest pictures.
Well, every video that I made on YouTube and whatever, they're all with this camera, even the sound and whatever. Even when I was doing my singing, like over like stuff or whatever, I recorded it just with this. So it's pretty good. So how are you guys doing today?
Killer.
How's life up on Kodiak? Is it Kodiak Island?
Yes, it is. It's gray. We have had a totally gray summer, 5 days of sun all summer, and sometimes our weather's like that.
Yeah, what is the weather like up there? It doesn't get really warm, does it?
We sweat at 60 and we complain if it's 61, and if it's 62, everybody's grouchy, and that's how we are.
Oh wow. Wow, we're all complaining like when's it gonna get warm? I think the nature of weather is there's somebody complains about no matter what the weather is. You know?
Yeah, but we have stuff to complain about. You have to love this place to live here because our weather's brutal.
What's it get to in the winter? Like, come on.
No, we have like Seattle weather. Shh, don't tell anybody. But our weather is it's pretty Seattle-ish.
Oh,
It used to be we'd get snow and it'd be gone in 3 days. Our weather's so haywire anymore, it's really hard to even tell what's going on.
but because you live on an island and on the coast, it's usually milder, right? That's the general rule of thumb, isn't it?
Well, in all the places I've lived in Alaska, this has been the mildest place.
Yeah.
But
Does it really have Kodiak bears?
dude, I have a picture ready to show. I'll show you our bears. And this is a country I hike around in, and sometimes I wonder what the heck I'm doing. But when Sasquatch have your back, you don't have anything to worry about. And it has been like that for me. And they told me that
Yeah.
because I'm from Glacier Park. I was born there in Montana. And we have grizzly bears that love to eat people. They're like, for real. They're really brutal, they are. And so when I came up here, I was scared to death. And I got over it. And I have been all over this island.
Are Kodiaks aggressive like the grizzlies?
No, We as a community here and island culture, we do everything we can to let them have their space. We don't encroach. We have always been like that. In some of the villages, you don't cook after 2 in the afternoon because of the bear situation. But I hate this part of it, but we have been infested with lower 48 people here that don't have a clue, because this island is like another planet. This isn't like the lower 48 in a lot of ways. And these people are all over the place. Last summer, for the first time, we had a guy mauled up on the mountain outside my window here. And he's a 72-year-old guy, was up there jogging, and the bear come up behind him and got him and drug him down part of the mountain, and then he left him. And so the guy pulled his bear spray out of his backpack, and that bear came back again and tried to get him, but this time he sprayed him. That's the only attack. And I think it's happening because we got too many idiots here that don't know how to live with the bears. And so we're dealing with that. It's really frustrating for us local people.
Yeah. I like what you said. I like what you said about the Sasquatch protect you from the bears or whatever. I remember one time I was camping, and I was right near a trail, and I was thinking it was bear season. I'm thinking, oh geez, you know, I'm wondering if a bear is going to come down here, and I instantly got mind speak. We're protecting you, or we're watching out for you, and I got that big energy or whatever. So they definitely do. It's amazing.
When I was in Montana, God, it was hot there that year. I would get up and hike in my mountains that I grew up in every morning. And the bear problem, there's a real thing. And you're an idiot if you don't realize that. And I have never hiked with guns or bear spray or nothing. And I get some people's thinking on that. I get it. But listen, Sasquatch have my back, and I'm not worried. And they have, when I was in Montana, they told me, they said, we have your back, don't worry.
Yeah.
There's been a couple situations that happened to me here where I could have been ate by bears in a split second, and it didn't happen. And it should have, especially this one, but it didn't happen. So, you know, you have to trust in your help. You have to trust in what's around you. And that was a big teaching for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what did you want to talk about today?
I think she should describe who she is, because to put her in context, I mean, she's like an experiencer for sure, but she's also has this whole other dimension of spirituality. Maybe spend a couple of minutes just describing who you are, how you got to be who you are.
Sure. Now I know that Sasquatch have been around me all my life. Now I know they had a big hand in how I was raised in the woods in Montana. I had no idea then. In 1976, I moved to Tulalip, Washington, to a Indian reservation there. I was married into that tribe. My kids are tribal members there. I started doing healing work there. And in that same time period, I've had spiritual stuff in my life all my life. Started with a Danish grandmother that introduced me into a lot of things. At Tulalip, I realized I had such a push to channel. I had never done it before. I knew about it. I'd read a lot of people's channeling, and I just had a push to do it. And I was really nervous. I had a friend of mine make me up some flower essences to give me a little bit of confidence. And I started doing some automatic writing. Over the course of 12 years, a healing language came through. It's a frequency language. It's not language like we communicate with each other. It's a shamanic language that works with the timelines. This trips me out even still. And it does a lot of other things too. So I started to travel and teach, do healing work and teach it. We didn't know it was coming from Sasquatch. In fact, I didn't put those pieces together until, you know, a few years ago, maybe. And I started this in 1994. I've been doing this 27 years. And so I traveled and I did that. I raised my kids doing healing work with people. It was what my life was all about. And the people that I taught this language to, we were all so into it. And the same thing happened to everybody. And the way they explained that this language worked is, so when I started doing healing work with people, my palms read people's DNA, and a lot of amazing healing work, mind-boggling. And they start in the channeling, they started to talk to me about timelines. So in my healing work, I'm working past lives, past life patterns. Amazing things would happen after these patterns were corrected. And I started out doing that. One day, a couple from up in the mountains came to my house for me to work on the husband. And I was doing that. And this guy was the beginning of a turning point in their teaching. And I was used to past life stuff. I had no idea what a parallel life was. I never even heard of it before. And so I'm working on this guy. They're on their way into Seattle. He's going to the cancer doctor because he has lung cancer. And so we're working on him. And so I can tell that this cancer is sourced from him being in World War II, and he was a fighter in an airplane that had been hit and it was on fire and he went down. He had a lot of lung smoke inhalation. So with that pattern in place, he developed lung cancer here. And so, you know, they're showing me this and I'm seeing it and I'm relaying to them what's going on. And then my mind's going, wait a minute, how can he, because he's a kind of an older guy then, maybe then he's in his probably later 50s, I would guess. And I'm going, wait a minute, that can't be World War II. How can that be World War? Doesn't make sense. So they said to me, you can heal past lives till you are blue in the face, but you won't make any progress until you address parallel lives. And then they went on to teach me about parallel timelines. And basically what they said was us, Brian, me, Michael, us here are like a hub in a wheel. They called us Standard Bearer. We're the main dudes. And so off the hub, with every decision we make, any big life event, we spin a parallel off. And so we came to understand that. Codependency ties into this timeline splitting a lot too. Codependent actions, codependent people. A lot of times that'll be the theme of why the timeline is there. And so then they taught me how to go into those timelines and apply whatever correction was needed to bring that timeline back into harmony. Actually, their whole focus on everything is bringing our timeline here into thrival. Everything is about bringing things back into alignment so we can thrive. All one. In their language, one of their middle words was the all one word. It's called all one equa. And that's what the template is for that kind of oneness. And so they profound teaching, no books on parallel stuff then, nothing. I was in an experiential teaching with it we were able to move cancers out of people and aneurysms and, you know, so many things. Levitation. God, I was in Colorado doing a workshop once, and I got a phone call for an emergency down in the southern part of the state. And my friend and I drove down there to help this guy. And I didn't know it was Sasquatch working through me then. If anything, I thought maybe it might be ET base. And I thought that for a lot of years. So I'm working on this guy. And a lot of times when I work, my eyes are closed. And there were a lot of people in the room. And at a certain point, everybody went, and I'm, you know, and so I crack an eye open to see what's going on. And this guy was off the table. His body was level with my shoulders. And so when they work through you, you know, they're doing the work. All we are is the vessel, but I'm still Sky and I'm still human and I'm trying not to freak out. And so, you know, those kind of experiences. So those were the traveling and teaching days. In these days, in the early beginning, trust would be an issue of mine. And in the beginning, they would tell me personal things about my life, things that were coming and going to happen like in a 3-month time span. And they did. I built trust with them that way. Then they started bringing the language through. We did a lot of channeling. I was teaching quite a few people, and, you know, I'd share the channelings with them, and we just had a journey together for a lot of years. It was amazing. One of the first things they said was, oh, and I need to say about this timeline, this always makes my head hurt. We're the hub. We have past lives. And we have thousands of them, everybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you believe it or not. It's the way it is. We have thousands of them. So those past lives can spin off parallel lives as well. They're all attached to you. There's a thing called bleed through. And so in our understanding, all these timelines are merging back into one. And that video I sent you guys this morning, that one we chatted about, Michael, that was my confirmation on that. And so in your parallel lives, they all have past lives. They all have future lives. That's a huge scope. And I had some really intense teachings about bleed through. Whenever one of those timelines are close to ours, it merges in and out. Sometimes it stays merged, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it bounces around, sometimes it beats us up, just like now.
Let me ask you something. So you have to do healing when you're working with somebody from past lives and also parallel lives, right?
Yes.
But the parallel lives are like lives that we're experiencing at the now, in the now moment kind of thing. Is that what a parallel life is like?
Yes. Yeah. Concurrent. All going on at the same time. And we're actually all, I don't want to say interfering, but that's a word that's here. Our timelines can interfere with each other. Diseases can pass back and forth from parallel aspects. You can be codependent with your aspects without even realizing it in the realms that we participate in those realms. You probably won't even know what's going on here. The one clue that I realized to realize when you're having or experiencing bleed through is everything out of the blue. It's always out of the blue. It's always a blind side. Things get really intense. Really intense. Here's an example. When I was learning about parallels, I lived in a native reservation in Washington at the time, and I was driving into the city. And out of the blue, all of us, and I have 3 girls, out of the blue, I know that I have to make arrangements for my kids in case I pass. And it was so intense, I couldn't think about anything else. It took me a couple minutes to go, hey, wait a minute. And so when I checked in, what was going on is another aspect of me was dying of AIDS and had children. And she was really close to death. And she was at the point where she really needed to figure out what was going to happen with her kids. To me, in the here and now, it was so intense. I could have went home and did that. Another thing I learned is never make a big decision if you know you've got bleed through going on. Because, example, so if I would have went home and called up my sister and said, hey, you know, if something happens to me, would you take my kids? That kind of stuff. I would have done that for no real reason in the here and now. So not making decisions is really critical, because you will make the wrong one. So intense learning, this white hair, there's a reason for that. This has been really hard to figure out. And with Sasquatch, it's like connect the dots. They never once came to me and said, we're Sasquatch clan. We're wondering if you'd want to work with. Never. They just started talking to me, took me on the ride. I've connected the dots for 27 years.
Hey, Willie.
Well, in my healing modality, they have this thing called lost will, and lost will is basically the same idea as parallel timelines. Say, for example, a person doesn't like something about themselves, like they don't want to feel poor, right? So they push that, I don't want to feel poor, I want to be a rich person, you know, and they push down on the feeling of poverty. Well, that feeling of poverty rolls out and becomes somebody else who is poor. So it's basically you that you've repressed. I'm just giving you one example of the way I understand it to be. And it could be, and it doesn't have to be, that was kind of like maybe a dramatic way, but it could be like somebody thinks that they're, if you have a part of yourself you think is too egotistical, and you suppress that, then that's going to push something out, and then there'll be another part of you, another lost will that is sort of more egotistical and bravado and you know, and brash and all that kind of stuff. So but yeah, all healing has all healing 100% has to do with timeline, you know.
It
And
has
to me,
been in my world. In the beginning of their channeling, they said that with this timeline work, what their intention was to bring to light everything we had ever swept under the carpet in all the timelines. And they talked about it not a lot, but often, where you knew it was a thing. And we knew the clearing work that we were doing was about that. But then it's taken me so long to put these pieces together. I don't know what sets this up, but at a certain point in my life, around 2008, we did that cleanse. And it took me 12 years to get through it. There was a demon involved, a demon attachment involved, I found out later, on top of it, which seemed to be the way my story rolled with this. But in this language that does this healing, we used to use the words. They're like empowered words. They're words that do shamanic type work. They said within every word in this language is an encyclopedia of knowledge, and the word knows the appropriate application for any and all situations. And this language is recognized and known by all species, which I have tested, appears to be true. So this sweep under the rug thing was no joke. So we use this language in accordance with the Soul Keen Mayan calendar in the beginning, which is a timeline. We healed the timelines through the Mayan calendar. It was really complex. that work completed in 2012, which tied into that video I sent you, Michael.
That was a great video.
Yeah, because all that work we did, all of us, every day, we did an hour's worth of work with this language, and it was correcting all the timelines into Thrival. So when that guy said there's only one timeline and the elite are afraid of it, what a great confirmation the day before I do this interview. So at a certain point in the language, in the channeling, they told me that all those words were going to become incorporated into breath work. And they showed me a simple,
That's exciting.
it is, because listen, it saved my bacon. And so they showed me a real simple technique to move patterns, to move energy. And so I watched it, this breath work kind of develop. And then my world crashed. And I mean crashed hard. And I mean crashed in every way it can crash.
Hallelujah.
You know it, buddy. I didn't know that at the time. It shattered my heart because this story included my 3 daughters turning their back on me. And in my wildest dreams, I would have never guessed that would happen. But it did. And so that was the beginning of sending me into a spiral where I dealt with everything that had been swept under the rug. And I've done a lot of shamanic work in my life. I used to do a lot of work with medicine men, and I know that spirit end of the story. And so I knew something wanted to kill me without a doubt. And it let me know, and it tried. I had a broken leg, a broken ankle, completely severed ACL, a head injury that almost killed me. I mean, it tried. And so while this was going on, I know the bottom line in that realm is they feed off your emotions. That's what feeds them and keeps them strong. And if you can eliminate what emotion is causing you trouble, they can't access you. So ironically,
I call those being squabble gobblers. Squabble gobblers. They make you squabble with somebody or squabble in yourself, and then they gobble it up.
That's a much too
Gobblers.
kind name. And so I started doing
well, I
this.
don't like that demons or
I know. I
archons,
agree.
because that puts this negative, oh, I'm powerless. But if squabble gobblers, you can stop the squabble. You can
I
stop
know.
the gobble.
I agree. And that thing wanted me to think I was powerless.
Oh,
Insidious. Yeah. They're so insidious and cruel. So something was reading me like a book. Something was orchestrating every issue I ever had. And I could tell it was being orchestrated. And I also was fully aware that Sasquatch orchestrate. They orchestrate life happenings. And I couldn't tell if it was a Sasquatch. I couldn't tell if it was part of my process with their language. I couldn't tell if I was just under attack. All I knew is I was fighting for my life 24/7 for 8 years solid. It was horrific. And Michael, that's when I met you. Remember when we met on, what was his name? Keegan?
Oh, yeah.
Remember all those years ago? I was dealing with that then, and you and I chatted, and Michael, bless your heart, you tried to help me. We couldn't, this was so deep and convoluted, nobody could figure out what was going on. And I just want to say thank you for your heart, because you have a genuine one. And I love that about you. So
let me say something about you talk about sweeping things under the rug. These entities, these lower lords and these demonic energies, they are denial spirits. What that means is they will deny you, but it also means that they read what you have denied, and they use what you have denied, what you don't want to look at, like, for example, pain of the past or uncomfortableness or whatever. They use that against you. So they're denial spirits. Their whole what do you call it? compass is on denial.
And it's incredible what they know. Just like Sasquatch can scan us and know everything, so can these things.
Well,
So
Lucifer is a denial spirit.
well, I think he might have been on my shoulder throughout this. And so I did the work. It's all I could do. In the middle of this, I had a brain injury in 92, and the doctors called it PTSD. Here's what happens with PTSD. You're triggered, and the part of your brain that deals with dying, like for real, is activated. So that part of your body is preparing to die, and nothing can tell it it's not. And you're in the world trying to take care of business or dealing with it, and you're dealing with dying. It's flipping intense. People with PTSD deal with that. And we live in a really cruel, non-understanding world, and it makes me really angry. We have so much harm just because of people that don't understand. I also am aware now it wasn't PTSD, but my brain was doing that. And I had some things happen sometimes that were beyond insidious. So whenever anything like that happened, as soon as I could get my act together, I did my breath work. And at a certain point, everything that had been swept under the rug, it took over 10 years, closer to 12, to get that where it wasn't annihilating my life. A lot of work, and it was breath work. And what was weird when this was going on is I started out with Reiki and taught it forever until I started doing this kind of work. And all through this, I could not work on myself. Not won't, not didn't want, not that. Could not put a hand on me. The only thing I could do is use my tools that my Sasquatch had given me, which was my breath work.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like a curse. You know, when there's you can see that there's a place you need to go in order to heal, but you can't get there. There's a barrier. This is very real stuff. Is that barrier is like some kind of a curse. It's like, you know, you want to.
It feels like one.
Yeah.
I suspected one for a while and tried to figure that out. I was at such I couldn't pinpoint. It wouldn't let me see it. I couldn't point the source. I just knew something had me like a puppet. And I was dancing as fast as I could. And it wanted me to commit suicide. And if I wasn't already a healer and didn't know myself the way I do, oh yeah, those impulses are strong when they happen. They pull all the punches, everything, time and time again. Yeah, nobody should have to live like that. And so what they did with me in my teaching, they often talked about, with this process, I'm the map carver for it. And sometimes I would go through some real difficult stuff and I would correct it with the healing work to make a template that others could follow without going through the ordeal. They could just apply the correction. And when I went through this 12-year, I'll call it a nightmare, and that doesn't even touch it. That was a map carving, because what that included was parental annihilation or alienation. I didn't even know it was a word.
Parental, basically you got to kill your parents, the image of your parents.
Yeah.
Dead.
Punishment.
What I do is I recommend people, not only do they kill their parents, which is the image of their parents, but to kill the world that their parents created, and then kill the God of that world of pain and suffering. Because that's what it is. Those archons, those denial spirits are acting like gods of pain.
Yeah.
So they build a world. So you have a world of pain. What you were fighting with was the world of pain from your ancestors.
Yeah.
And that's hard to get over without killing them. You have to kill them.
When I mentioned past lives, parallel lives, all the future lives, spinning off that, I forgot ancestors are in that as well. And all their past lives, future lives, parallel lives. And this language encompasses that whole realm.
And this language is in the breath work, with the breath work.
It is now. I used to, and so it used to be that when somebody wanted to learn this, and I never advertised this, it was always word of mouth. What in those days, I am the gatekeeper for this language, and I would introduce people to each word, so the word could recognize them and work with them. Now that listen, I haven't taught this stuff. Dealing with these last 12 years took me out. I couldn't function most of the time. I never thought, boys, I'd be able to ever do an interview like this.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, I gave up. I never gave up through it, but I did give up on having any semblance of how my life used to be. I gave up on that because it just wasn't happening. 12 years is a lot of days. And so after we do this interview, I'm going to take a victory walk. And by the time we're done with this, you guys will understand what this victory is all about, because I really didn't think I'd ever be doing anything like this again. And I hate being visible. I like being invisible. And you guys are a big part of the reason I'm here, because when you had June Lundgren on here, you guys, and she started talking about demonics, I knew that's what was going on. And so I got a hold of June. June did some work on me, pulled that off me, or I wouldn't be doing this now. And so the fact that we have had this lined up for a while, I've been on a little bit of high alert, watching what's going on around me to see if there's any interference that way. There's a tiny little bit, but it's not that. And I'm really happy to say that. And if you wouldn't have had June on there, I wouldn't be here now.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who thought that Sasquatch are demons, and I wanted to get a demon expert to come on and say that they are absolutely not demons. You know what I mean?
They're not, but they are out there.
Sasquatch. I'm talking about Sasquatch.
I know. And then there's some rogue Sasquatch that aren't very nice, but they're not demons. But listen, these people that are out in the woods taking all these pictures and zooming in and getting these faces to pop up and thinking it's cute. Sorry, folks, you just opened the door to demonics. They travel through the eyes. What are you doing? There's so much knowledge like that that really needs to get out there. And if you don't know what you're playing with there, you really ought to back down until you learn, because there are demons, and they can wait around for years for the right minute to attach to you. This is how they got me. In 2008, my youngest daughter decided to be tangled up with meth. She left here in Kodiak and brought her 2.5-year-old daughter with her, went back to the res in Washington, got tangled up in meth. About a year went by, and she had a little baby boy, such a little angel guy this little guy was. And my daughter was med seeking with her cousin. They had driven into the next town to try to get meds. While she was gone, the meth head dad and this is a horrible story, and I'm sorry about that, you guys, but it's part of my story and it helps in understanding. And in my teachings, they have always used me as an example. It's the way it is. I hate it. But so many people have told me when I share some things like this that it's helped them. That's why I'm sharing this. So the meth head dad and the grandpa killed the baby. He had an ear infection and he was crying. They were high on meth. 4 causes of death, blunt force trauma.
My God.
This is a Sasquatch reservation to the bone. But rogue Sasquatch have come in there and taken it over. And when that happens, these kind of things happen. So that incident happens. They had the baby on life support in Seattle for 10 days. They finally unplugged him, and I tried everything I knew to try to bring this little baby back to life. It was just not going to happen. And so because that happened, the state tried to take my granddaughter away from my daughter. Because I have taken oaths in my spiritual history to tell the truth always. I testified in court and wrote a letter to the judge to please let my granddaughter come back to Kodiak so she can grow up in a lifestyle that's not drug infested. And that did happen. Because I testified in court, because in a Native community, you don't talk to cops, you don't testify in court, you don't ever do those kind of things. And the fact that their dad, whom I had separated from when Kaya was 2, had brainwashed my kids all their life. And I knew it. And I tried to teach my kids all those good things. And I really thought they had enough smarts to know what the truth was, and they didn't. And that's just the way it is. I should have seen that coming in hindsight. I didn't. So because I testified in court, the door was slammed on the relationship with all 3 of my kids. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that was going to happen. It broke my heart. It shattered my heart. And so for the first year after that, and nobody ever went to jail for that. And in the spiritual ways there, the thing that came out was the grandmothers, which was my grandmother and my husband's grandma on the Native side there, were pissed. That's what came out. And I knew that and I could feel that. But I never did hear what really happened. It's not just a death, there's more to it, and it's tribal ways and all that kind of stuff. So after that happened, for the first year afterwards, I'd been working with this language for a long time, and it'll put you into a neutral place where you're just neutral. You're happy, but you're just neutral. And I could tell they were making sure I knew what that felt like. After all this stuff happened, I couldn't get to that neutral my brain was bonkers. My brain was scrambled eggs. A year later, it started to kick in, and I knew something was coming. And at that point in my life, this photography started. Well, so I didn't hit this. I will get into the orb part when I finish this little part about the ordeal. A year later, it started kicking in. I just asked. I knew I was going to go through something big. I knew it. And I didn't know how bad it was going to be. And so I said, can you please just keep a roof over my head? And Sasquatch have always told me through this, your needs are met and you are taken care of. And in hindsight of 27 years, that has been so, to the bone. And so in 2009, I came back to Kodiak because this is my home. Even though I got a lot of history down there, I couldn't function. And at this point, I'm on my knees in grief. I'm so messed up, I can't even sleep. I'm awake for 3 weeks at a time. I can't sleep. I can't function. I binge watched video series. I can't function. My heart's shattered, and that's all I feel. And so in that time period, I had a psychopathic stalker attached to me. And I tried to get rid of him for 2 years. And that nightmare was way worse than a murdered baby and an annihilated family. So I dealt with that on top of it. I've also, I'm retired out of drug and alcohol counseling. I've done a ton of work in women's shelters. I know all the red flags. I couldn't do anything. God, it was a nightmare. But I finally got rid of this guy. So that's what I dealt with for 12 years. And so I ran from this guy because I'm sorry, I've worked in drug and alcohol, I've worked in domestic violence. Restraining orders are a joke. They always have been, as long as they remain the way they are, they'll always be a joke. So I couldn't go to court anyway, because when I testified in court, I was attacked by my daughter's nieces in the courtroom. And so the brain did a clamp down with court. So I'm so glad that period's behind me, and it almost got me, and it was trying to take me out. In 2006, before all this, I love my island here. I have a love affair with this place I don't have anywhere else. And the beauty here is unparalleled. And they call this an Emerald Island, and they call it that for a reason, because this place lights up like no other place. So I'm contemplating possibly starting some photography tourism, because, except spiritual bent, because I'm into photographing places where the portals are and where the energy is so high and those kind of things. In 2004, in the channeling, they said, oh, you're going to be seeing some orbs. They didn't say much more about it than that. And I kind of had spaced it out. And so 2006, I'm out here with my camera, just going to town, and all of a sudden these orbs show up. And I have that instance in 2004 enter my mind. I'm going, oh, here's these orbs. And so I just keep clicking. And when we get to the photography, I'll show you how that progressed. It actually, the very first thing I saw, I always thought we called him Buddha Boy for a while, but he looked like he had a space helmet on. But I really think that's Sasquatch now. And that's how it started. And so the first time I did that was March 31st in 2007. The next day was April 1st, which is April Fool's Day. And my son-in-law was murdered in this town. He's a commercial fisherman. They get tangled up with drugs. And it was one of those kind of stories. So this orb thing happens. And when you see my photography, you can understand how astounded I was. And the next day, my son-in-law's dead. So I wasn't, for a while, I wasn't sure if those were connected or not. They're not. I wasn't sure for a while there. And so I have a 2-year-old, at the time I had a 2-year-old gorgeous little grandson who was this guy's son, spitting image of him. And when that happened, I moved back down to Washington to help this little guy out because he just lost his dad. I also lost my dad when I was 9, and I know what that's like. So I went back to Washington to help him with that. That's when 2008 happened, and the murder, almost to the day, 1 year later, my son-in-law dies, and almost 1 year later, my grandson's gone. What's weirder about this grandson story is in 2008, I was moved back to Montana for a while, and I was in Glacier Park. I was on top, and I have pictures of this, which I'll show. I was on top of a lake right in front of the house where I was born and raised, and I hadn't been there in 40 years. It was January 21st because it was on my youngest daughter's birthday. That it was right before all this happened. And the photography, I'd never seen that kind of photography come through before. It was so magical. And so when I left there, I went up into Glacier Park, the rest of Glacier Park, and the photography continued. At a certain point, this huge white, perfect shaped orb appeared over the roof of a building. And in this photography, just like they build structures, the orbs in the photography are always building something. And so they showed me this big orb, and it progressed through a series. And then and I didn't realize this at the moment. I didn't realize it till I got home and looked at the photography. There's we call her the ice fairy or the frost fairy, holding an orb. And they said to me, in 1 month's time, I will be standing they didn't say Jordan's name, but I knew it was him. You will be at Jordan's funeral. And my mind said, he's 6 months old. He's a baby. And when they tell me stuff like this, I always say, we'll see. Just because they say it, I don't take it 100% and run with it. I always say, we'll see. And in 1 month, he was hooked up to life support in the hospital. So that part of the story. And so when I came back up here in 2010, after that, all that turmoil happened, my best friend up here died of cancer. And I'm reeling. I'm so reeling. And in this town, we are still lost without him. And there's some photography about that too. So when we get into the photography, I'm saying this now so we can get through the photography. So
Go ahead, Brian. Brian's turn.
Oh, I apologize. I had a phone call from the guy who makes my drums. That's why I had to go. I'm getting a drum made for a couple people coming to my camp out. So I apologize for taking that. I wanted to ask you though. Do you remember when you said that the Sasquatch in your area were singing for me about my pudendal nerve?
yes, yes,
I haven't had it since.
I love that. So listen, this singing stuff is in this language. They gave me 2 healing songs. These are not songs I can just call on and they go.
Yeah.
These songs come to me when they're needed. The same as the language works that way too. If there's something that one of these words has expertise in, that word will pop in your mind. And we used to just kind of, sometimes we would chant it or say it 2 or 3 times, and that would engage the word to do its work. The songs do the same thing.
Now, and I apologize if you've already mentioned this, but you were saying when they're singing was it every word or whatever is like an encyclopedia of knowledge? Yeah. Did you get into that? Did you get into that? You
were gone. Every word in this language has an encyclopedia of knowledge in it. They always said, they talked about this a lot, about things being so complex, but we get the simple end of it. And so when they say there's an encyclopedia of ability and knowledge in each word, that's what they're talking about. And it is like that. Those words will come to you. Here's an example. Early 90s. God, I don't know. This, I might be wrong on my date here because the language had already come through. The very first word that ever came through had to do with protection. And with the knowledge that this words will come to you when you need them. I went camping up by Ellensburg with 2 guy friends of mine. And we got up there, put our tents up, and in the spot we were in, the only place I could put my tent was pretty close to a swamp. And in my native teachings, they always told us, don't camp by swamps. They didn't say why. They said, don't camp by swamps. So I'm thinking about that, but there was nowhere else to put my tent. So I put it up and just kind of going, eh. And so we go about doing our stuff all day long. And at a certain point, I'm tired of being around these guys. So I head over to my tent and I had a candle on and I don't know what I was doing. I might have been trying to read or something like that. And so I'm just going about my business. And I laid down on my sleeping bag and I am frozen solid. And there is something standing on the by my head behind me there on the other side of the tent, and it's huge. And I know that. And I'm frozen. I cannot move. I can't move anything, but my brain's still working. The level of terror, profound, people that have experienced this know, profound, deep terror, unlike anything you have ever felt. I can't move. So this word pops in my head and they said, you know what to do. And so I said this word over in my head about 3 times and that thing instantly went back. And, you know, I couldn't see it, with my physical eyes or otherwise, but I knew it was there. I could feel it. I could feel how big it was. And it backed off, and I'm scared. I'm still scared to death. And listen, I fight demons. I don't have fear. And so it backed off, and I could tell it went around the other side, back over by the swamp, and it started mimicking my friend Ralph's voice perfectly. And it was going, Sky, I gotta breathe, Sky, help me, Sky, help. And I'm just going, oh my God, and I'm going, I know how these things work. And I know it's that. And I could feel it was trying to lure me out of the tent. And there's no way I'm getting out of the tent. On the other hand, I'm going, what if it's Ralph? And what if he is in trouble? And I went back into all my spiritual teachings, and I knew I better not leave that tent. So I didn't. And I knew that when I got up in the morning, Ralph might not be there or something. And I was really nervous about it. And so that it did that to me for a while. And I just kept saying this word. And so the next day went by, and we're camping, and the next day, and we're packing up, getting ready to go. And so Art and I are walking around making sure we got everything picked up and everything's cleaned up and everything, and we can't find Ralph. And so we're walking around, going, Ralph, looking for him. He's nowhere. And we had some heavy rain there, and the river was flooding. And so last ditch effort, we go down by the river and look, and Ralph was in this water, and the water was going to wash him away. And we had to grab him or he would have been gone. And it took me years to realize that Sasquatch was mimicking Ralph, because Ralph could have choked to death when we left because he was drowning. And in his way, he was showing me that. In my human way, I thought he was going to kill me. We are so ignorant.
Yeah, well, that also speaks to the fact that what I've experienced too is that they know the future, and they know what you're going to do and think and everything before we do, right? That proves it right there. Yeah.
That still trips me out. It was such a teaching.
Yeah.
And there were times when they tell me that all species recognize and honor this language. I don't know if I ever. So anyway, there's so many directions we can always go in, It's just been
I have
one.
a question about your breath work, because I don't know if you remember, but back at the time when we first met, I don't remember if it happened to me, but the Sasquatch gave me the connected breathing technique by sticking his hand inside my chest. And they eventually showed me that what that was for was for a beacon of light, so that the Sasquatch and other spiritual beings can always see you when you're breathing like that. And the other thing is, when you amp up your energy, you can disappear. And with their help, they got one of my legs to disappear one day. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But that's why I was interested, that when you said, you connected breathing and you did the breath work, and then later on you added in the words. So how did
backwards?
they first?
That's backwards. Words first turned into breath work.
Okay, so then how did how did you get hooked up with the breath work part of it?
So in the channeling, they said all the words are gonna combine into breath work. So, but it didn't happen immediately. So when it did, so I would find myself, this is how they've taught me, I'd find myself in a situation, usually doing some healing work with somebody. And I don't do the same thing all the time, but what I would usually do, all of a sudden I found myself breathing, just like when I used to do Reiki, and there's a format you follow with Reiki. So I was doing that. And when this was coming through, and then it used to take an hour to do a session. And so I was working on somebody, and they started putting some words into my mind to show me that this word already does all that. And so it replaced it. And it's always been an experience teaching. I mean, I have channeled information from I think I said 1997 and I'm wrong. It was 1994 when it started. There's so much information in that I think I have a book here, but when you read channeled material, it uses different muscles in your brain, even to listen to it. When you channel it through, you're using something different. When you listen to it, it uses something different. And when I read my channeling, I'm mind boggled, but it hurts my brain to read it. So I don't do it very often. And I know I'm making a mistake and I know they'll put a correction in place, but it hasn't happened yet. But the words came first and then it turned into breath work. And ever since that point, I hardly ever do the words. I almost always do breath work. And there was one guy on one of these sites I used to belong to. He's down south somewhere, and he had pictures of a Sasquatch. God, if I remember this right, he was camouflaged in a stump, but he let out a big breath and you could see it on video. And I just went, oh my God. And so I noticed that a lot of the work I do it's either singing anymore, which has gotten a lot shorter than it used to, or it's breath work. Or I wouldn't be here. I have to say that. And they gave me the tools to survive that. In that time period, I grew up in a psychic world. I know people that read energy. It's how I've been raised. It's who I am. It's what I do.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you something. Actually, it's kind of interesting because Sue and I were talking yesterday. I saw her yesterday. We were saying, how are we going to get you across the border? And then we were saying, well, maybe we can go invisible, or maybe we can.
Maybe you can come here.
Well, maybe.
Listen, I got stuff unfolding here. They got something up their sleeve, and this interview is the beginning of it. I have no idea where this is going, but I have some friends that we have a lot of islands here. Some are inhabited, some aren't. 2 islands over, no, 1 island over here. I have a friend that has a big lodge over there. I have met him through another friend and these guys are all into Sasquatch, and it's possible I might be able to do gatherings there, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's what's coming down the pike. Another thing I want to mention is when I've lived here half my life. Until I moved back 2 years ago, I knew about Sasquatch, but I wasn't into it here. When I left, I started learning. And so when I came back, I'm astounded to see all the sign here. It's prolific. And they knew I was coming back. And we'll see where it goes. I'm showing up. They have always told me all I need to do is show up. They take care of everything else. So we'll see what this one's about. But I have suspected that we have bear squatch here. I just know it. I have no proof. And until recently, within this last month, I am starting to run into people that know that too. With one of these guys telling a story about one of them throwing a big tree all the way across the bay. Bear squatch. And then when we get into the pictures, I have a picture of one of our big bears here. Our bear, some of these, they're not all like this, but some of these bears are so big, your mind will not even recognize you're looking at a bear, won't even get it. It's like when the ship showed up to the natives. They've never seen ships before. They didn't even know a ship was there. It's that kind of stuff. These bears are so big here. I have a picture of one that curls my toenails. In fact, I just ran into bears 2 days ago.
How did you decide? How did you describe it?
Huge.
No, but what does it look like? What's the difference?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is it possible that the Sasquatch are just shape-shifting into bears?
Yes, and I've had that experience.
No, I mean, I know that they can shapeshift into even people. I mean, I've had that experience myself, but I mean, is it possible that what these people are talking about is actually just Sasquatch shapeshifting?
No, no,
Why?
no.
Why is that?
No, because these guys are savvy. They're not beginners. These guys know.
Okay.
And and some of the native elders here, they got the stories, and I'm just starting to get some leads onto what that is on my rock here. I know what I know, but you know how we are in the Sasquatch world, we're always looking for new information, always, it never stops.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, I wanted to say something about what you know, this is like a turning point in your life to come out and just let the world know, even though it's not going to be a big piece of the world, but it's going to be out there in the energy. But let the people know who you are. And I think it's about the Sasquatch. They're whole across America. They're going out and connecting with thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And they teach them, sometimes all people got is fear, and they're not going to be open to anything else. But then the Sasquatch friends of Sasquatch humans, they teach them more. And they kind of expect us to tell our story. You know what I mean? So because when we tell our story, it goes out to our timelines and our parallel lines.
Yeah.
And so, ask not what you can do, what the Sasquatch can do for you. Ask what you can do for Sasquatch, kind of thing.
That's so true. So recently, in the unfolding of this, and I also have to say that turmoil I went through, that's when they were pushing me to I remember the push towards Sasquatch. I ignored it for a few years. 2014, I started getting serious about it. And so I only recently came to understand that my photography, these are Sasquatch archangels. They are not like human archangels. Their understanding of God is not ours. They know about ours, but they have the real deal as far as I'm concerned. And when in the photography, they show themselves to me, and sometimes they're showing me their heart chakra. Sometimes they're showing me things they know about me. A lot. You have to be smart enough to catch it, and it's a teaching in itself. But in the beginning, I did solid orb photography started in 2006 up until I tapered off about 2008 or 9, although the photography kept my head above level when all that nightmare stuff was going on a lot, and it made me focus. I couldn't focus on anything. So only recently have I become aware that it's their spiritual world. The photography is their archangels. Really made my brain feel like a pretzel, but I know it's true. So
I have a couple questions for you. Have the Sasquatch told you, we're obviously going through a transition, an awakening, or whatever you want to call it. Have the Sasquatch people or your guides told you what's going to happen when we come out into the light end of it? Like we're in darkness right now. What's going to transpire?
I sent you and Michael a video this morning that confirms my knowledge of what I'm about to say. In all their work, what all this healing work's always been about is healing you throughout your timelines. And when you do that, you are enabling the process of all to return into oneness.
Right.
Their oneness, they call it thrival, into thrival. They've talked about it since the beginning, into thrival. And I have to say, because at one point I quit teaching this because I was going, I just need to see the proof of the pudding. I'm teaching all these people. I want to see some proof. And so I have to say that where I live right now is thrival for me. And even though a family annihilation happened and all that story there, even though all that happened, I am still standing, and where I live, I am thriving, and it's delicious, and everybody should live like this. And that's what they're trying to share with us. And thriving, you know, this, so they call this language woo because they have such a sense of humor, and because they know that a lot of humanity is totally ignorant about real woo. And so they called it woo because this is what the process is to understand what real woo is, and to also understand how flawed humanity is in its learnings. We've been taught all these lies, and they know it. And so I got like I said, ever since I committed to doing this video, they've been just showing me stuff and magic and, you know, all of it. They showed me this video that I sent to you guys, and this guy, and maybe we can put the link with this video because everybody should hear it. It's really encouraging. They're talking about Project Bluebeam, and they're talking about when they look into the future at a certain point, which, oh, I just love this, 2012. Michael, remind me to talk about how they had me work with the calendar after I get done with this in case I forget. And so what this guy's saying is they noticed that when they looked into the future after 2012, there was only one timeline, and it's a good timeline. Nothing. And so that's all I needed, because I'm a little, you know, I like to, when I share knowledge, I really want it to be knowledge and not hearsay or, you know, integrity, because Sasquatch in my world are 100% about integrity. And I remember the day I realized I have to have integrity too to walk this path. And so I do. And so, Michael, what did I tell you to calendar? So
I wrote it down.
The
Oh, you
Mayan
want to talk about it now?
The
so
Mayan calendar.
early, I hadn't been channeling very long. And I went into Everett, and I was in a metaphysical bookstore, and I was looking around, and I was talking to my friend that worked there, and we're chatting, and I'm at the counter and we're just chatting, and she had some Mayan calendars there, and I had just, and Sasquatch are so prolific about putting information in front of you, a book, an article, a video, always. And so here I am, my eye, because you know how they take your eyes when they want you to see something, and you know, and you can't move until your brain gets what they're trying to, staring at this calendar. And I look at the price, and it was like about 20 bucks, I want to say. And it was July, after July, it probably was August. And I'm thinking, well, the year's halfway over, I'm not going to buy it. And so before I knew it, my hand's on this calendar, and it picks me up, or I pick up the calendar, and I can't let go of it. And Virginia started laughing. She goes, "You need to take that calendar home, no charge." So I did. So I started learning about what the Mayan calendar was about. And I'm talking more about, I understand the dream spell, but I'm more into the classic, and so are the Sasquatch. Two versions of the same calendar. One's in the future, one's in the present. So I went into this steep learning curve with Mayan astrology and how this calendar works. It's fascinating. And so they gave us a map. They unveiled a map in how to work with that Mayan calendar, which is the total 260 creational energies. Everything that's been created and in our universe is created from some kind of combination from these energies. So we started working with that as a basis, and we would use a language with that. It's kind of like the car is the calendar and the gas was the woo. And so we started working on timelines every day, a lot of us doing the same work every day. It took about an hour, and we were enveloped in these words and this work for an hour, and it changed us. It changed all of us profoundly. And so when I heard this guy's video, And especially when he said 2012, that tells me that we were doing that work. And we did this before 2012. We were doing that work to make all those timelines come into alignment with oneness. So I was really tickled when I saw that video, and they just put that in my path yesterday. You know, when I'm not real sure on stuff, they provide me with the information. And when I was doing orb photography, it was the same way, because, you know, they were big on lens flare and those, everything's lens flare, you know, all that horse shit. And so I had doubts, and every time I had doubts, they instantly showed me it was unfounded every time. And Sasquatch do the same thing. I think I heard you say something like that, Brian.
Absolutely.
And
I have a thought. I wonder if it's like this, and sometimes the answer is immediately right before my eyes, like right there.
yes,
Sometimes it takes a few days, but it's always resolved.
yeah, it's just like that.
Yeah.
And so I come into this whole scenario from the orb end first. Then I learned about Sasquatch, and I still didn't connect the dots for about a year. And then I come across a guy named Dave Ingalls on, I think Michael, it was when we were putting up with Keegan. Dave Ingalls, do you remember him?
That was a sad story. That was
I
a sad story.
But did you know Dave Ingalls?
I did,
remember?
yeah.
I met him through there, but he is the one that connected this orb photography being Sasquatch. I suspected it, and then here he is talking about it.
But Dave's off the chain. He has a whole portal thing in his backyard, in his back fields, where the ETs drop off the Sasquatch in orb form every day, every week. You know,
I tried to connect to him, and I didn't get a response.
He's a real quiet, you know, he's on the Sasquatch side. He doesn't want anybody to talk. He doesn't want anybody to know who he is or what's going on. So you're lucky to even know about him.
Well, that was then. He's not reachable now, but that's what put my first piece together. And then once I got that piece, I could start correlating. I mean, because I went into hardcore learn about structures, and I could correlate the behavior that everybody was talking about with Sasquatch is just like these orbs. There was one point in the early days, I was out, it was so cold, March. I was out on one of the beaches here doing some photography. And when the orbs showed up, they all gathered around the end of my camera lens, and they were looking in the camera lens at me. And then they came around and came up to where my eye piece was, and they were looking in that end to see what I was seeing through there. Their behavior is exactly the same. And so being a spirituality is the basis of my life. It always has been. So when something's going on, I always go to the spiritual end first. So I read Kiwani's book, and I'm going, yeah. Then I read a lot of Sunbow stuff, and all the correlations are there with what I've been taught. And so, you know, there's a confirmation that I'm putting two in together, and it really is four. What a long road, but it hasn't been dull. And you see all these wrinkles in my forehead? That's from my orb photography. I was always just going, what? And in those days, listen, I grew up with loggers and fishermen and railroad people. We swear like truckers and truckers. When I'm taking this photography, the energy's so high, my camera would quit working. I'm swearing like a trucker. And at a certain point, I know I'm being heard, and I know it's time to change my language. So I did. So I don't know. I don't think these wrinkles will ever go away. I ended up with over 350,000 orb photos.
What?
Telling you.
How do you keep them all in a computer? I have,
hey,
Yeah,
I
must
have
hard
flash
drives.
drives loaded that I have hauled with me from place to place to place to place because I am a wanderer and I get around. They're all on flash drives. I didn't know what I needed to do with them in the beginning. And it took me a while to figure out what they were even doing. You know, what was I feeling? I'd get these radiation burns, which, Brian, I mentioned this to you. I got a bad Devil's Club burn a good week ago. My whole face was so swelled up. I looked like a Shar-Pei dog and I could hardly see it in my hand. Can you see my hand
Oh yeah,
still
looks like it's
able?
healing a
Oh
little bit.
yeah.
Ugh. And so when I mentioned that to you, Brian, that because I know there's a connection with, at least here, with Devil's Club and Sasquatch. I know it because all the time when I get into their structures, there's always at least one prolific Devil's Club there. And so this photography, I don't know if you guys will notice this from watching the photography or not. It happens to me every time the heat, you get hot, and sometimes you'll feel like you might have an energy burn from the photography. I don't know what that is, but somehow it's connected. I don't get it, but this whole story is always about those kind of twists and turns. One thing leads to another, to another, to another.
But
It's
I wanted to go get
different
on a
reality.
rudimentary. I wanted to ask you on the rudimentary level. What do they? When we come out of this darkness, this tyranny, and the evil and what's going on in the world today? Where are we gonna end up, and how's it gonna be? What's it gonna be like?
What is your picture of thriving? What does it mean to you to thrive?
So it's gonna be all
What
individual.
makes your heart sing? What makes your heart sing?
Oh, so it's going to be individual to the individual.
Well, it can't be the same for everybody. We all have different, you know, who knows for sure, Brian? From what I understand, it's all about thriving, not somebody else's idea of thriving, what thriving means for you. It's the best gift you can be given, thrival.
Right. I wanted to also ask you, you said, and I didn't, because I got that phone call or whatever, but you said that the people who take these pictures and they have like they say a bunch of Sasquatch show up on them, are you saying that that's demonic or that's bad, or what was your point on that?
I'm sorry, you broke up just a little bit, Brian. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
You mentioned earlier in the interview about people who take these pictures and all these Sasquatch show up in them, and you were saying that that's demonic or that's bad, or?
All I'm saying is you're opening the door for trouble like you've never had.
Why is that?
If you don't have tools, you're a fool to go there. And my Sasquatch cringe.
Well, why is that?
So, because evil is evil. You know, I gotta say this. There was when all this space stuff started showing up, and I've had it in my photography too here. I don't like seeing it. It makes me edgy, and it's always so clear when I get it, and I don't. And so,
yeah.
Right. I forgot what you asked me, Brian.
Well, you were saying that when all these images of Sasquatch and stuff show up in people's pictures.
Not Sasquatch. I'm not saying Sasquatch.
Okay.
I'm saying the others. Not saying Sasquatch in any way, shape, or form, but others.
All right. But by the same token, I don't purposely go out and try to take pictures of Sasquatch, but I say, if you want to show up in my picture, feel free. And quite often they do. Quite often they do. I mean, if it's their choice, right? So.
Yeah. And that's a good way to do it. I don't think we can make a Sasquatch do anything anyway.
Well, I mean, you've seen my picture of Ari, my clan leader. I guess I put that everywhere. That particular day, I was going into the forest and I was just weeping. The love was so intense. I was literally crying and just tears running. So beautiful, the love and the energy. And I asked I asked him, I said, "RE, come and visit me today." And so that's where that picture came from. But when I took the picture, I didn't know he was there. But Susan,
Yeah.
my wife, said, "Oh, RE's in your picture." And so,
Yeah.
it's if you respect them and ask their permission, then quite often they will do that.
Yeah. Their love is so deep.
Yes.
Mark Barton, I think this was a couple years ago now, got attacked by demonics. And when I heard him talk about what happened to him, it scared the hell out of me because that's what I was dealing with. He was the only other person I ran into that was going through my same kind of nightmare. And without thinking it through, it just freaked me out because I've been in this hardcore since 94. Half of my life has been dedicated to this. And he was talking a lot about them lying to us and luring us and those kind of things. And I'd had enough experiences. I didn't know if that was true or not. And so I took off out of town here and I drove out along one of our rivers here, and I was upset, and I'm really contemplating setting Sasquatch down. I'm thinking about it hard, and that's huge in my world. And I was rattled. And I was kind of not pacing, but walking along the edge of this river a little bit. And I'm not looking, when you learn about structures, your eyes always open for structures, no matter where you're at. You're always observing, you're aware, which is how we need to be. So I'm just walking, and I'm trying to sort this through in my brain, and I don't want any input from my Sasquatch. I don't want, leave me alone is where I was coming from. And I'm walking. And so, you know how they take your eyes. And so I'm finding myself looking down, and there was a glyph, without a doubt, a glyph. And in that moment that I realized they put that glyph there for me, I felt that love, and they were so scared and they were so concerned that I was going to walk. And the love they have for me and the concern about what I was feeling was so deep. And so I looked down, and this is part of that glyph. It's a small staff that fits perfectly in my hand. It fits all the perfect, and it's powerful. And I don't know what I'm supposed to use it for. It's one of my favorite things besides my rocks. But the caring, and I still am not going, oh, okay, everything's okay. I had to really think it out. And I even emailed Mark and told him, I know, Mark, I went through it too, so he would know he's not alone. I wish I could talk to Mark. I think my singing abilities would help him. And I can always check in with his spirit and see if I have permission to sing for him. And I have never done that, and maybe I will, because we don't barge in anywhere ever. But
yeah, I know there's subtle things that they stop you from maybe doing what you're supposed to do, or they like I'm not good enough, or doubt, the little guy on your shoulder. There's subtle things, but I have to admit, in all my dealings with the Sasquatch, and what I've never ever felt anything demonic or dark. Never had a bad experience. So I guess I'm pretty lucky in that way. And I've had some incredible experiences and eye-opening and well, spiritual stuff like, oh, I'm getting that energy.
yeah.
But I've never had they've always been extremely positive, kind, supportive, protective, and just so I'm very lucky in that way. I've never gone through any of the stuff that you've gone through.
Well, part of mine is an initiation. Part of mine is a process that happens with this language. I have lost contact with these people I've taught over the years, I don't know if they went through that, probably not, because I map carved the process, and then, so maybe they haven't gone through that. I'll tell you what, if I even think about going through something like that again, I want to run. It was so horrific.
Yeah. So let me ask
Horrific.
you, I told you about my pudendal nerve problem. So
Yeah.
but you say you're singing, but when they did the healing with me, it was the Sasquatch that did it, right? You didn't
No,
initiate.
they always sing through me. It's not me singing, I'm sorry. It's always them. When I say we, it's always them. I've been doing this for so long. They're me and I'm them, and it's just the way it is. And part of woo, they don't spell it W-O-O. That's a human ignorant way. They spell it capital W, capital U, and that stands for we and us. W-U. And so I've been doing this, this is just part of my life. I couldn't set this down if I wanted to. It's just so much part of who I am.
So when one Sasquatch clan knows you, I think that they all know you.
Yep.
Whether they like you or not, because they're human, so they're partly human, so they may not like you, but they have to respect that connection or whatever. Because I've been greeted in all different kinds of areas I've gone to. I feel their energy.
Yep,
It's not as intense as in my home clan, but so
they know, and you can feel it.
So how did that singing come about? Did you set the intention out, or they just started doing it?
It's part of the process. I would have never guessed. It's not like I wanted that to happen or even had a thought that it could. I didn't even know it could happen. They mentioned it in one of the channelings.
Okay, so when I channel, because I guess channeling is different things. Sometimes, with me, when an energy comes in, I know who it is. I just have a knowing who it is, and they put the words or whatever in my mind through energy, not actual words or whatever. I guess that's another form of channeling, right?
Oh yeah, mind speak channeling. I hate the word channeling, but what do you call it? It's all the same.
But I wanted to ask you. So then, when they were singing for me, how did you just had a knowing that it was for me?
Well, you had mentioned to me what was going on, and I know that these songs can heal, and I'm always up for listening to what happens, because it's always
okay.
It's always been mind-boggling. But you had mentioned you had something going on. I offered to sing, which is what I do. It's what I do.
Yeah.
And so.
So when they did it, you just had a knowing that it was for me. They didn't tell you. It was just like you felt it was
the intent. You and I already had an agreement with it that I would go sing for you.
Right.
And me offering to sing from you comes from them, not me. Comes from them. And so when they offer to sing for somebody, I show up. And sometimes I can see things when I sing. Sometimes I can't. With you, they showed me that untangling, which to me tells me it's untangling of timelines and untangling of your nerves and energy.
Dual meaning, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting though. I love to hear you're not having a problem anymore.
I had it once for about half a day, but other than that, like I used to have it like every day, and it like would fatigue me. It's like you know how pain is like. It wasn't like intense pain, but it was just like it made you weary because it's constant, right? And so literally I've basically never had it since.
I love that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So
but now I got a hip problem I got to get you to sing for. We'll talk about that later.
I had a lady that I was teaching in Colorado called me up one day and asked me if I could do some work on two of her uncles that were in the hospital with cancer, and they were both in there. They had been given like a day or two to live type thing. They had said all their goodbyes, all that stuff. They basically went there to die. And that was the first time that I didn't run energy with my hands or use words to do a healing work. It was the first time. When I went to go work on them, all of a sudden and I already knew this song, but all of a sudden this song's coming out. All I did is sing this song, and that's all I did. And she emailed me the next morning and said, they've both been released from the hospital, cancer free. And I'm just going, oh my God.
Wow.
I'm still mind boggled, you know? And my uncle was in the hospital with a brain aneurysm, and they took care of that too. And the damn doctor had left some kind of equipment inside his brain.
Yeah.
You know, like a screw, not a screw, but they left something in there. They wanted to go in and operate on him again. And so I just went in there and pulled it out. And I said, I told his daughter, I said, have him do a scan again before they put him in surgery. And they did, and it was gone. And I'm going, yeah.
Listen, I've got a very dear friend who is an alumni of the, actually he's almost like a co-host almost sometimes, especially on the early shows. We call him Beef Wellington. But his actual name is Kevin Royce.
Yeah.
And he's got early onset dementia. And he's also had some heart issues and some things. So would it be appropriate for me to ask you to sing for him or to look into it? Because I love the guy dearly, and he's had a lot of problems, and he doesn't deserve to have those problems because he's a good.
He's
good
watching now. He's watching us now, actually.
Because he's a good man with a good good Sasquatch connection, and oh, I'm getting that energy. Ooh, oh, wow! And I want to do what I can for him. You know.
I know that it needs to be okay with him, and your concern is noteworthy, but if it's okay with him, I'd love to sing for him. And next time I get out in the woods, I would sing for him if that's what he desires. If there's anybody else that wants to throw their name in the hat, let me know. Sometimes I sing for multiple people.
Is it okay with Kevin?
Comments?
Is he
Put
answering?
your name in the comments so you know, I can read them out.
Yeah, Kevin, I recommend that you accept the
I don't know
offer.
if Kevin's still on or not, but if Kevin Royce is still watching, or somebody get a hold of him, ask him if he wants to be have a song, healing song.
Well, I talk to him every day anyway, because I like bugging him. That's our thing. We like teasing each other. I'm better at it than he is, but anyway, if he's not listening and gives a response in the chat, then I will talk to him, and I would really appreciate that, because I want this guy to hang around for a few years, you know.
Brian, it doesn't work like that.
Mary
Brian,
Jean Sutton
Brian, if you're going to do healing work, one thing you need to know, I hear what you're saying and I understand your concern. We can't heal somebody just because we know they need help. If you do that, sometimes you're interfering with their karma. Sometimes they might have been going through 100 lifetimes to get to this point where they're at right now. And if you bump in there and heal them out of that, you just negated that lesson their soul's been trying to teach them for 100 lifetimes.
Okay, so then how do you determine whether it's
they ask?
appropriate?
You can ask them. You never push healing work on anybody ever.
Okay.
They either ask you or you can offer. You can always offer, but we don't just go in and clean out the workshop.
So in other words, you're saying that they have to get permission.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if he accepts your offer, then you can proceed, and that's good, basically.
Because you said dementia and heart stuff for Kevin, right?
On early onset dementia, and he also had a serious heart problem, and he's just got things going on that, you know, nobody really deserves to have going on. Although I do understand what you're saying.
And I understand your care, and don't ever let that negate. Yeah. But he does either have to ask for it, or, you know, if somebody puts their name in the bottom here or something, I can sing for him, and I'd be honored.
Connie Jelsma, Jelsma, Connie Jelsma. Says, please sing for me. I have several health issues.
Connie, what was the last name?
Jelsma. Jelsma.
Okay.
Okay. I understand that part, that, yeah, the individual has to ask for permission. Like, it just can't
Yeah.
be somebody else. But I
It's
just
one of
put that
those
out
things you learn along the path.
well, actually, there's a lady who lives downstairs. Her name is Mary, and she's been teaching me how to do some healing. And so, but I'm just really like just a beginner at it. But you know, I've had some crazy results. So it
Always
it
exciting.
amazes it amazes you. Like, what? Like, I couldn't, I couldn't believe it. So
It's the way it always is, Brian, just like what you're telling me about your nerves. I mean, it's always such a gift to hear what happens with people. When I say that every language or every species understands this stuff, I had a job where I was transporting horses coast to coast. And we picked up this one stud that was kicking the shit out of the trailers. Like, we picked him up on the West Coast. He was still kicking when we got over to the East Coast. It was really something. And then I started thinking about the language. And the next horse we picked up like that, I'd use that language, and every time they'd calm right down. One time when we were in between driving trips, I was in one of the malls in Colorado Springs, and I walked by this pet store. And listen, I'm not a reptile person. And I walked by this pet store, and they had an aquarium in the window, a big aquarium. It had probably about 50 baby lizards in it. And I don't like lizards. And I've been working on it. And so I'm kind of going, well, this is a test standing here in front of all these lizards. And so then I'm thinking about the species understand it thing. And so I just ran one of these words that have to do with connecting to the heart. And I just ran those words to those lizards, and every one of those lizards stopped in its tracks and was looking at me, and they were listening to me. And I was just doing it through my mind. And even after I was done with that word, they stood there for a couple minutes before they got active again. I can't hear a word you're saying, Brian. Did you mute? Can you, Michael, say something?
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't hear Brian.
Brian's got his mic off.
Yeah. Yeah. Brian, your mic's off. Your mic's got a little line through it.
A couple of people have asked for healings for other people, but you already said that you're not going to do that. You're not going to do healings for, somebody's friend. They have to pretty much give you permission or ask.
Well, another part of that would be, you could put the energy out there, and it's up to them to accept it or not.
Okay,
their spirit would know whether to accept it or not.
Okay,
I've never seen it refused, but listen, if it is a case where there's karma's trying to teach this person something, it won't work then.
Because Mary Jean Sutton asked for her friend Kevin, who has stage 4 lung cancer, and Randy Bell asked for a lady named Connie. So that's 3 people so far, I think, that have asked for friends.
It just kind of straight.
Well, no, Connie. I guess Connie was Connie. Randy Bell must know this lady, Connie Jelsma.
The intention always is.
Okay, so I'm back. I just turned my mic off because I learned my lesson from this show. If I don't turn the mic off and I go to YouTube, then you start hearing the show playing in the background or whatever, and it just doesn't work for when I do my editing and stuff. It's just, I try to be somewhat professional. But Kevin said yes, but not now. But obviously you wouldn't be doing it now anyway. So
Yeah, I
he
would
he's
appreciate.
given permission, and I'll actually maybe get you to talk to him or something, or maybe you don't need to. But do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Kevin
I sure
Royce?
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So he said yes, but not now because his wife's home. she's
sure.
she's a
You know, I always, it seems to work this way that when I do this singing work, the people don't know I'm doing it for the most part. Sometimes when I'm impulsed to sing, I sing. I don't know when that's coming usually. And but it's always, it helps me to hear the changes people are noticing. And sometimes if they don't know you're singing for them, they don't know to be aware of possible changes.
yeah. Well, I would say to anybody who we don't want to burden you either, but I'm telling you, it worked with me. Like this pudendal thing was bad.
I sang for the world yesterday. It's the first time I've done that. You know what?
Oh,
I
nice.
know this. Sasquatch taught me about thrival for 27 years, and they wouldn't put that much time and effort into it if it wasn't a real thing, because we are at a test. Our whole planet's at a test right now, and it's going to get worse. And I just have to hang on to that fact that I know that they know we're going to thrive.
Yeah.
Because it gets scary. If you start listening to politics, it's really hard not to get sucked into that nightmare.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
have a message actually today when I just went out for a smoke about healing from the Sasquatch people. But I didn't want to step on your show, but it would fit in with this whole story. You want me to tell you what they were giving me?
Yeah.
Well, they were saying, there's different kinds of love. One love is fear, right? I'm afraid, and that's a form of love because you want to make sure your family's safe, or you want to make sure nobody gets hurt. That's like a fear. The fear is part of love, and anger is also part of love, which is stop hurting me. But they're saying the deepest form of love, the most powerful form of love, is pain. And
Wow.
the most powerful form of love is pain. And that uh, because pain is call to action, do something now, stop, help, do something now. It hurts, right? That's pain. And that pain unifies people more powerfully than anything else. If there's a disaster,
Right.
people go to pain. If there's a death in the family, then the whole community will come around. So, but what they said was pain exists in hell. But if you can go to the pain that is in the hell, that is the doorway to heaven. And that when you resolve the issue, when you embrace and fully embrace the pain that is in hell, that is heaven, and that makes heaven and hell become one.
Mm-hmm.
And when heaven and hell becomes one, the healers, because of timelines, the healers have to know what pain is in order to guide other people into the heaven of healing. They have to
Yeah.
know what the hell of pain is.
And so you can recognize a gift that happens from working through
No,
it.
so
Is
so
what
yes, the gift, but you have to be able to. If you know, then when you heal somebody, you see the heaven at the other end.
and so do they.
Well, if they don't, I mean, that's when the healing happens. That's the heaven having been called by the pain.
Yeah. Every time we've worked on timelines, they call them Maya timelines with miasms. They correct the miasms in the timeline. When every time we've done that work, whether I've been doing it with myself or other people, uh, there's always a gift, and it's always big. There's always a gift in the darkness, always.
Yeah, that's what. Well, that we have to be able to live with heaven and hell simultaneously on earth. We can't just want heaven and thrival and deny the hell that is caused by pain unrecognized.
I'm into a harmonic universe, and that means the darkness and the light are in harmony.
Right, exactly. And you
That's what-
can't, and if you deny the pain, which is the hell, pain, fear, go away, stop, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to feel it. If you deny that, then that brings into the hell, is the hell realm, you know? So you're right. And the other thing they wanted me to say was, not only do we know you each individually, friend to friend, but we know all your timelines and all
Yeah.
your lifetimes.
They
Okay.
proved that to me. They know
And
everything.
they've proved that to me too. And this is something that is so profound that
Yeah.
whenever the Sasquatch go around somebody is like in a tent or they're looking in the window, they're not just looking in the window, they're reading the whole timeline of
Yeah.
your life.
Yeah,
And then when they
absolutely.
walk around the tent, you know, and people get all scared and they're there for a long time, they're reading the timeline of that person. So
Yeah.
they know you from birth to death
Yep.
and other lifetimes.
All of it.
All
You
of
know,
that.
I had a trippy thing happen. I was living on Camino Island in Washington. I believe this was 2007. And I've done a lot of photography shows with this orb photography, and I was doing that then. We came down from Kodiak to do photography shows. And so this place and this actually was in the time period before, it was before Jordan passed, but one thing they guided me to do with the photography is to make what they call pods with them. So what that is a collage format, a collage mat with specific photographies in there made for a person. They call it a personal recipe to work with their timelines and all kinds of other stuff as well. So we made these pods. And so I had two girlfriends here traveling with me and helping me do this photography. And they had gone to Oregon for something and they were supposed to be back any minute. I had these pods all over in my bedroom, and I was laying on my bed, and I was just looking at this pod, and it still drops my jaw. This photography drops my jaw. And so I'm just kind of stunned for a minute, just looking at it, just kind of going, wow. And before I knew it, and so before that, we had noticed UFOs flying down the channel there towards Everett almost every night. We couldn't figure out why people weren't talking about it. Then my friends went to Oregon. I'm laying on my bed looking at this pod. All of a sudden I can hear those kind of motors above me, or whatever it is, a whir, the hum, I hear it, and I'm frozen again, frozen solid, laying on my bed. And I know I'm being scanned, and all I could sense is big. I could feel, and when Sasquatch is around me, I always feel how big they are. They always say large and in charge. And so I laid there on my bed. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't like a half hour or anything like that. I'm sure it was just minutes, but I was totally frozen and they read me. And I didn't make the Sasquatch connections then. I didn't know that. And so when it released me and I could move, I could still hear it above the house. And I got up and I looked at that pod, and the matte material that the collage parts made up had a linen effect to it. I don't know how else to describe it. It looked like linen. It was so textured. And it stayed like that for a minute or two, and then it went back to the way it was. And when I look out the window, I can see this ship going down the channel. It was the craziest thing. And so my friends got home about 15 minutes after that. No, they got home right when that was happening. And so I figured they saw it too. And so when I could, I went downstairs and, we chatted about Oregon for a second. And I said, did you guys see that ship? They didn't see anything.
Yeah.
But the imprinting on that pod, I have no idea what that means or what that was about, but it sure was interesting.
Yeah, they can give you any feeling, visual, auditory
Oh yeah.
feeling just to you.
Yeah.
It's happening all around you, kind of thing, and other people won't even experience
Yeah.
it.
What do you think about starting the photography?
Yeah, let's do
I
that.
think I've shared enough where it can tie in with the photography and you'll understand the significance of it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll bring up the first album, and you're just going to start talking about each picture as I bring it up.
Yeah.
That's
This
the only way.
photography is a big part of your thrive, isn't it? Because it's got
Yes.
something that excited you and moved you and touched you. That it's
Well, listen to how it started. So I'm teaching Reiki, right? I traveled to Chicago from Seattle with a friend of mine to take a Reiki workshop. So we do that, and we met a bunch of people there. And so at the end of it, they wanted to know they asked me to come to Colorado and teach a workshop. First they said, "What's that blue energy around you?" I didn't even know it was there. It was before the photography started. I said, "I don't know." That was the first time they were seeing these orbs around me. They've been around me all my life. And so they wanted me to teach them about dark energy. And so I did. And that I started changing from Reiki not long after that. And so let's do photography.
So the chemistry's set, and I'm not the saddest cheerleader to forget the American word for the gang in the head. It dwindles to no members when the mystery's met. The sky looks threatened, heading home in the dust, singing life is forgetting, good enough for the frivolous. Shoulder this little silver boulder, this slowly falling star, rolling, so what? Never getting older, where the moonshot curtains part, the start of enough, a teardrop in a vaccination scar. I'll tell you if I'm able, that is, I'll tell you like it is. A bad card to the light. The Tacoma Narrows Bridge, like the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Swimming on a bit, stop and treading water as the sun assimilated the words for lighthouse fire, burning down to embers, and the mystery met. The sky just reddened, heading home under dusk. Is life just forgetting? Another word for frivolous. Little silver boulder, silence from Mars for the heart of enough, or a teardrop in a vaccination scar.
So in this picture, you'll note the figure on the lower left-hand side. And if you look at it, you can see two ears and two eyes and a face. And if you look at it, it looks like the outline of a coyote face. Can we go to the next picture?
Is that shot through a fence?
Yes.
Okay, it almost looks like a.
All of this is.
It almost looks like a tadpole or something. in there too.
That's up in the right corner.
Yeah.
I think that's some of that black energy that William Henry was talking about, because it shows up in these orbs, but I think that's a piece of the Sasquatch.
Mhm.
William Henry tripped me right out with all that he shared. And so what I'm showing you here is a sequence. There was that first picture, and you gotta love Facebook, right? They're not putting them in the right order here, so I'm going to do the best I can. This was included in the one we just showed you, and this one was in the same photo. I've never seen this form since. Next photo. I have no idea. Well, I have an idea, but next picture, please. And so these pictures aren't in order, and that's a shame, but this is how that sequence ended. This picture right here. Next picture, please.
Well, this is the order you gave them to me in, so I don't know what's going on, but okay.
Well, it's not your fault, Brian. I spent a whole day getting this stuff lined up so it would come in order, but when Facebook made the album, evidently that didn't hold, but it's close. And this is the very end picture. This one, this is when orbs travel, they will often leave a trail like this. And Randy Bell sent me a picture this morning that was real similar to this. I also find it interesting that it's gold. When Sasquatch work with me, we work with a lot of gold energy. And next picture, please.
Wow. Oh, that's the picture with the two images you were talking about, the same picture.
All right, so here's the gig. So I had mentioned that in my turmoil, when I got back home, my best friend had died of cancer. His name is Coyote. And he's not an awake, he's awake in his way, but he's not an awake guy. He likes to think, or thought he was, but so when he died, all I needed is one more heartbreak on top of what happened. I was so devastated with him passing. And so this is how the orbs showed me they knew he passed. All these photos we have just seen were all about that. It could also have been Coyote's spirit. When my photography started, I was so blown away when it started. And I showed it to Coyote, and being a typical asleep guy, it kind of scared him a little bit. But he knew me well enough to know this guy's such a big piece of my life, holy. And so here if it is him, he sent me a message, or it's them showing me they know that happened. And that's how they work. And even with glyphs, Brian, sometimes they're showing you things they know about you.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Same with the photography.
Yeah.
Next picture, please. And see, here's that one picture with both those, that orange one on the top. I have an orange form that shows up in, oh, these are so out of line. But we're going to take it like it rolls, right?
Well, that's all I can do.
It's all right. We'll do it. And so that's my Coyote story with my Coyote photography. And so this particular picture, at one point I moved back to Montana. This is on the edge of Glacier Park, not in the park, but it is on the edge. It's called Glacier Hills. And my brain was toast, but I'm home and I know I need to be on the land my bones are made from. And so I hike these mountains every morning. Sometimes I had to get up at 4 and go before it got too hot. Every day I was up here. It's beautiful up here. And so I was hiking past this property right here. I'm out on the road here. And right by this, the sign that has the rocks around it there by the beginning of the driveway, right by there. Click to the next picture, Brian. There's a big pile of crap. And I'm a country chick, and so we pay attention to crap, you know. So And I should have put my foot by it or something. It was huge. It was not quite pop can size, but close. And I'm going, and I know about Sasquatch now, and I know they're here and there's sign everywhere. And so I'm looking at this and just kind of going, wow. And so I didn't have a camera with me. So I took a picture of it with myself, and I don't go anywhere without a camera. This day I just didn't have it. Cell phone picture. So I had that. Next picture, please. So less than 24 hours. This is what it looked like.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we had been having a drought from hell that summer. 114 for, God, 3 weeks solid. It was horrible, but we had no moisture in the air, no moisture whatsoever. Rain did not wash it away. There's no water around, but it went from fresh to this in less than 24 hours. I'm suspecting it may be Dogman. And I did find some Dogman tracks up in those mountains every now and then.
What did the Dogman tracks look like as opposed to Sasquatch?
They don't look like it reminds me of if you took your elbow to your fist and put it down on the ground. They're long and narrow. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you can only see parts of them. And when I'm hiking, and in those days, I couldn't even talk to people. My brain was just scrambled eggs. And I was walking and hardly ever, I mean, I'm remote in this place and I hardly ever run into people. One day a lady came walking by and she said, God, I'm so tired. She said, last night about 3 o'clock, there was something screaming out here and it was so loud. And I'm going, oh, I said, do you know about Sasquatch? And she didn't believe me. And I, whatever. And I just said, yeah. And and it was a lot of screaming. And I had just seen this crap pile there like a couple days before it. So I already knew they were in the area. And besides, I was seeing a lot of other sign, plenty of sign. I knew they were there. So that's the end of that little story. But it's weird.
Wow. Look at that.
This is at Nooksack in Washington State. My native stepmom had just passed away. And I went up to Nooksack because her blood's from Nooksack. And there was a sequence like this. I don't know how many pictures are in her, if Facebook is even going to let them come in order. But that's interesting.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I like the detail, and can you see my pointer?
Yeah.
I like the detail in all of these. Look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
What is that? Do you have any idea what all that is?
When I was doing orb research in the beginning, they said only the real ones have those lines in the middle. They don't know what they're talking about. I went to one of the scientists got into orbs and he was doing a presentation in Seattle. And when he saw my photography, he was so jealous and rude. He said, I should be doing the presentation. But, humans think they have to fit all this stuff in a box. This stuff doesn't fit in anybody's box. Sasquatch doesn't. They don't in this form either. They tell you lens flare, and if you believe them, there is lens flare. I'm not saying there isn't.
Yeah.
What happened to me is when I saw something and I'm thinking, is that lens flare? I just kept focused on it. And then it would start moving and show me this stuff. And at a certain point, I started taking video of them moving. And lens flare doesn't do all that. Lens flare can't communicate with you, and this stuff can. So my lens flare stuff didn't last too long, but I paid attention to it for a while.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen lens flare with this kind of detail in it.
No.
Oh, it doesn't. Next picture? Or?
Yeah. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Another in that sequence. This turquoise stuff in the box, in some of my channeling before it ever came through, they were talking about rich. substance. And they didn't define what that was, but they call it rich substance. And this turquoise always represents that richness to me.
What is rich
And it's not-
substance? What does that mean?
I would say it means high vibration, high quality, high vibration, high energy.
Okay.
And I also have to say that this photography continues to develop after it's taken. This photography can change completely by the time I look at it the next time. If this photography happens to fade out, all I do is put it in the window and it absorbs the sun and it becomes vibrant again.
Let me ask you, is what you're saying, because I've experienced this too. Are you saying that you can take a picture and then something will show up in it after the fact that wasn't even there? Yeah,
Yep.
I've experienced that. That's interesting. Isn't that amazing?
I don't get it, but it happens.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's definitely not lens flare.
This is in Montana. I grew up right here. I used to ride horses on this land. There's a lake right out here in front. We used to swim on our horses in this lake in the summer. So my two friends here that went down with me for these photography shows, we rented this house right on this property. It was, the photography that came through there was incredible. And this blue guy is one of my main guys.
Main guys, you mean that's a Sasquatch, is what you're saying?
Yeah, yes. And Brian, did you see that video clip I sent you? These guys, I don't think I've ever seen any of them do this, but this blue one, they elongate.
Huh. Wow.
Later. Is there any way we could put that video clip on here after?
I can try.
Okay, we can do that for later, but this always,
Okay.
you know, I gotta say this. Sometimes when I look at this picture, the blue seems to be on the outside of the tree.
You want to go back to it? There we go.
And sometimes the blue is definitely behind the tree. Like right now, these pictures will play tricks with your mind. That it happens a lot.
These are just outstanding. Outstanding.
What's that
No,
green guy? What's that green guy up there?
This,
Here?
there's another
right. Top right.
top right.
Oh, here,
Not
yeah.
here,
Right
not,
there. Yeah.
oh, you don't see, yeah, that. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm there with my pointer. There's another one that shows up sometimes that has a yellowish, it's almost like an orc field around it. And he was close.
He's
They
kind of blue
hardly ever-
too. He's got
hardly
some
ever-
blue on him too, up here. Sorry.
It's part of it. They hardly ever travel alone, just like what we know about Sasquatch.
Do you think that some of these beings can, because I've experienced that with some photographs Sue took when I was with her. Do you think that they can bring consciousness in from all different points of consciousness and form into one big being? Because I've actually seen that in photography.
I heard you say that. I don't know. That's really interesting, Brian, and it makes sense to me, but there might be a picture in here that depicts that.
I've got some pictures. Did you see the pictures? I won't show them now, but I'll send them to you later. But it's a series of about 6 pictures, and they're just incredible. But I mean, these are unbelievable, of course. Yeah, but I mean, I got that knowing, like when I saw it, it just came to me like this powerful being is bringing his consciousness in, or he's forming from all these orbs are coming in from different points of consciousness. Like, you know, like they say God, and I'm not saying they're gods, but you know how God is consciousness is everywhere. You know.
What color were they, Brian?
You know what? I'm going to have to look at them again. Kind of wispy white, kind of smoke, kind of. Well, I'm going to
Was
let
it
you.
that smoke picture you sent me?
Well, it wasn't smoke.
Smoky. I know it wasn't, but smoke like mist. I call it mist.
Yeah. It was like misty.
I've seen those too.
It was like misty, but you know, but like they say, God can bring his consciousness is everywhere. And
Right.
these beans, like it seems like they have that ability. At least the one that that we saw.
Right. How about the next one?
Yep.
Hmm.
Wow.
Mount Baker.
I like
Washington.
these things. I like these little squiggly things here.
You know what? I think that's what William Henry was talking about, that black energy. In the beginning, they didn't show up. I have some photography in here, some big black stuff.
I think he said
this,
black goo or something like that. I've heard somebody
you
else
know,
talk about that.
I thought that at first. I think William Henry's got a finger on what that is. I have done a lot of research into black goo too. Next picture, please.
excuse me, was this, are these filters? Are there any
No,
filters?
no.
So this is right
No.
out of the camera.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
I crop them.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Look at that. Like,
And so,
no one in their right mind is going to say that that's lens flare. Look at how cylindrical that is.
it doesn't
Perfect.
matter to me what anybody says about this.
No, I know, but I'm just saying
in
common
my-
sense, you know. I don't know. I don't care what anybody says about my stuff either because
That's
it's
how
way
we
out there.
get.
But I don't
Is this one
really
part,
care.
this one part of a sequence with the other one? This is,
It was at the same time.
yeah.
Wow.
And this might have been the same day that I went up there because Adela's passing and went up to Nooksack. And the picture with the turquoise rich substance in it is on this same day, same mountain, Mount Baker.
Oh, my wife lives right close to Mount Baker.
I
Yeah.
love it up there.
Yeah.
Next
Next
picture,
one.
please.
Same sequence or?
Yeah, they're fairly in sequence.
Yeah. No, I mean,
You know,
is
it
that
always
the same blue ball?
Yeah. They move and they change shape and they change color in their movement.
You know what I like about this one is that red part that was so prominent in the other one. It's just like a little ring around here on this
Yeah.
one.
Sometimes I don't know if I have, listen, I have 350,000 pictures. It's really a challenge to decide what to share. It ties my brain in a knot.
I thought I was bad when I have about
Oh,
over maybe 25,000 glyph pictures. I thought that was bad. Boy, 350.
it hurts my
God.
brain.
I
But-
guess.
You know, I always get such a sense of deep peace. And they say that a lot, deep peace to you. They say deep peace to you, my friend. They say that a lot.
Yeah, this picture gives me kind of a deep peace too. It tells me of something beyond, something more than, something eternal kind of thing.
Right.
These are beautiful pictures.
I'm still in as much awe when I see these as the day they came through.
Yeah, I'm not blowing smoke up your dress. You're probably wearing slacks anyway. But I mean,
Yeah.
I've never ever seen orb pictures like this. They're just incredible. Can we
Next
move on?
picture.
Next picture, please.
Wow. Oh, look at this down here, this little green thing. And this, what the heck is that?
So I'm on Camano Island, same time period. And I'm at a friend's house and I'm taking a walk with my camera. And this picture scared me when I first saw it. It used to be, this picture has faded somewhat. It used to be crystal clear in the lines on the interior. And this to me is an eye shape. And what they were saying is they knew I was looking at them. And so they're looking back at me.
Wow.
And this was,
It was-
this is, how cropped is this?
I don't know. It's cropped.
Move on.
I still have all the originals, but I don't have the original of this handy.
Wow. It looks
That's
like that same kind of face or something, or almost like you had in that one picture we looked at earlier. Something similar right here.
I just feel like I'm being seen when I see this picture every time.
Yeah.
Next picture, please.
Moo. Oh, wow.
This is the same day. This is, look at this.
I just want to laugh. It's so beautiful.
How do you explain this stuff? So listen, what's happening is we used to call this orange guy, we used to call him Amoeba Mind. I don't do that anymore, and I know it's really insulting for what it is. I don't know how to explain what this is, but look down the bottom of that orange part, that brown fleshy, it looks like an eye or something. That's never shown up besides right here in this picture. But what this orange being was doing is he's feeding on these blue rays. They always touch each other, just like structures. They're always touching. They always come up and gently touch each other. Sometimes they merge into each other, but a lot of times they just touch and move apart. Sometimes they feed on these rays.
Let me ask you a question. You mentioned this in one of your previous pictures. So some of these colors and shapes or whatever, you know, are certain individuals that you actually know, and they show up quite often.
Oh yeah. No, well, not often. There's another pic. Not often at all, but it does happen.
So
I have
like
another one in here.
like that blue guy, for instance. How do you know it's him? Just that energy, knowing that knowing kind of thing, or how do you differentiate who it is?
I didn't get it. You know what, humans, it takes us a little bit to connect the dots. When that came through, I was seeing it, but I didn't realize the significance of it until I got it home and got it on my laptop and really looked at it. And then the knowing was there. They wanted me to know that they knew that my best friend passed and he was a coyote.
Wow.
So this is Camino Island. Just, I've seen this orange. I've seen it roll up like fruit leather. This same orange, I have photography in here of it underneath my feet. I'm standing on it.
Wow.
I have photography in here of this guy. Oh, no, I don't. So I'm on Lake Union in my friend's houseboat in Seattle. It's summer and it's hot. And he had just bought a pleasure boat that he had tied up to the end of the houseboat. And it was when we were going to do all these photography presentations, and my friend and I were staying on this boat. It was so fun. And so one day I had my camera out, and a lot of them showed up, and I'm just photographing them. This orange guy shows up, and I watch all these orbs go down into the water, and I have this on video, and I had to sit down after this one. They go down into the water behind the boat, and they're down there for a little bit. Then this orange guy comes in there, he goes underneath all the orbs, and he lifts them up out of the water.
Wow.
I had to take a walk after that. It about freaked my brain out, but this orange guy does a lot of different stuff. And these blue rays over here on the left there, when these rays show up, they show up in a huge variety of colors. And what it doesn't kill me. What astonishes me is the color combinations in these rays are so beautiful. Always. There's never bad coloring. It's always exquisite.
Wow. Wow.
Next picture.
Oh. These are right under the water.
Oh, yeah. This is in Juneau, Alaska. They have a fish hatchery there, and when the fish come in Alaska, they're so thick you can almost walk across their backs on the river. It's unreal. This happened to be in a hatchery, and I was trying to get a picture of this fish, but they just show up whenever they want to, and they are in the water. I don't know what that's about, but I've seen it so many times. Next picture.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
Wow.
Here's one of those black squiggly things again.
These, I believe I have a series of pictures here of portals. Sometimes in the photography, I'm able to photograph within the portals. And in my knowledge and experience of Sasquatch, they are portal adjusters and portal guardians. And sometimes we do that, they do that work through us. So this is a picture of them in a portal. And if you'll notice on each side of the orb form, we call them laterals. What they are, I don't know. What they do, I'm not quite sure, but they shoot out like a rod of energy. And so on both sides of this orb, it was in the process of doing that. And it just continues to build, and pretty soon there's just a solid aquamarine, which is interesting, aquamarine center. Next
When
picture.
here's that color that you were talking about that was high energy or whatever, I think is how you described it, right? Right in the middle here?
Rich substance is what
Rich
it's called.
substance,
Yeah.
right.
And later they gave me an aquamarine rock, which I have a picture of in the slideshow. The aquamarine color, turquoise, or whatever you'd like to call it, is really significant with this. And I'm not sure, I don't know what that's about, because my Sasquatch clan is a gold clan. And so I'm not really sure. Well, I have an idea, but no confirmation yet. These Sasquatch are tied into the human realm with Sophia. Next picture, please.
Wow. Every picture's a wow.
This, I showed this so they can go from a pinhead size up to a stadium size or planetary size. They can expand. And this is just simply a picture of my blue guy expanding. This is the same day that I was on the lake at the home I was born in Montana. This is when I was driving down there, and I look over and there he is standing by the trees.
But that orb's like between 20 and 30 feet tall, isn't it?
Yeah, just like Sasquatch.
That's gigantic. That's
I know.
a gigantic orb.
I don't see that a lot. That's part of the reason I put it in here, is it's unusual. Next.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. Outline. Unbelievable.
They zapped me with this beam once. Like it usually comes out just like you're seeing here. And it will, and these orbs will pulse. They pulse in and they pulse out. And the reason that happens is they're dimensional, just like Sasquatch. Pulse in, pulse out. And they build up this energy and they will emit these blue, and I think it's always blue laterals. And one time I was up on Big Mountain in Montana and I was watching them do this because they have to build up a lot of energy to get this going. I believe, wow. I'm hearing as I say, oh, they might talk through me, I don't know. I'm hearing as I'm saying this, that this, it's vectoring. When we were working with the language, they told us about vectoring, about these words would become us, the energy would become us. We are representational of this energy, and we will vector this timeline healing energy wherever we go. They called it verbal vectoring. When it comes out your mouth, through your voice, you're spreading that medicine. The same thing happens with singing. It doesn't matter if we sing or talk, people still get the benefit of that frequency. It's called vectoring. They have visual vectoring, verbal vectoring, and they call it proximity vectoring, which is just like an energy field, but I didn't know this. So as
this is a Sasquatch telling you this. That's the Sasquatch teaching.
Yeah, because I didn't know that. We have always called them laterals. We didn't know what they did or anything, but they just said it's how these orbs are vectoring. And I haven't said yet that when this language came through, the first they call them recipes. They would be like word groups, phrases, poetry, whatever. I'm losing it. The first words that came through, the first one was a protection word. And there was a word that works with the future. And Sasquatch do battle, but they do battle through education, not through weaponry. And so there was a word for that. And then there was a heart connection word that connects you to all your soul aspects throughout all the timelines with this word. And you can also connect to anybody's heart chakra with this word. And that's the same word I used with these lizards. And so the next series of words that came through were elemental words, where they would tell me that if I go into the woods and I go into a clear-cut area, areas that have been damaged by man, that these frequencies have the capacity to restore. And so when we vector, which I didn't know that, that's this orb is vectoring, and I'm on a beach in Washington here in this picture. Reservation beach that needs healing, and so they're showing me that I'm catching this while they are doing that vectoring work. There's so much to this, it's really hard to know where to begin explaining.
What does vectoring mean? What does it mean?
You know, they talk about it a lot, vectoring. I get that it's how they send the energy work, vectoring. I know there's vectoring connected to universe concepts. It's not that. I believe it's a delivery system.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like pointing a flashlight. Where the beam of light goes would be the vector, and you could change the vector by changing. That's kind of like what it is.
It's beaming the words.
I'm saying, yeah. So it's imagine it like a flashlight. The light's coming out in a vector, and you can move the vector around. But in this case, it's the same idea of the.
Maybe
it has to do with the vector has to do with direction and movement of an energy.
not quite, Michael. You know what? Falls into the complex end. I know what you're saying, and you almost are there with it. This lateral, not on this specific one, but I was watching it do this, and then it pointed right at me. And I have to say, I didn't feel anything, but I know I got zapped, not in a bad way or anything. Next picture, please. This is actually two orbs. The blue one's behind it, and this purple one's on top of it.
What
is this? Another.
Is this a plant, or is that part of the?
It's a passion flower. Hawaiians call them lilikoi. This is in Hawaii. And these rays here is an example of different colors. Sasquatch call them tubulars. And off the top of my head, I can't explain that, and they used to talk about tubulars a lot. This is that.
This is similar to something you had in one of your other pictures.
Brian, that where you got your pointer there, we call that guy Merlin. He rides the rays. He's not on all of them, but he rides the rays. And I think I have a couple other pictures where he's in there, but we call him Merlin.
Well, I've seen him in one of your others, I thought, already.
Yeah. Next picture, please. Lilikoi is my favorite flower, and they knew it, so they lit it up. This is just a crop on. When I said the very first photo came through, it looked like a little fat guy with a helmet on, or a Buddha, or a Sasquatch, or whatever. That guy. A lot of this photography seems to be about him. And we'll get to the picture where he looks like the Buddha guy, but this is him in another form in his movement, and it's really hard to get a clear picture of what they look like. So that's what that is. Next picture, please.
Wow, that looks like a guy.
You think? Oh,
Well, it looks like a little head, body, arms, legs. Kind of looks
it
like
looks
it.
like a
Hey,
Sasquatch.
Brian, go up to the top right-hand side of the black screen and hit the little plus
Yeah.
magnifying glass. Hit the plus magnifying glass at
Yeah.
the top right.
Yeah, you
In the
could do
back
that
there.
with any of
Yeah.
these.
There you go. That's
I
amazing.
didn't get the Sasquatch connection when this picture came through.
Wow.
Looks like a snowman.
Yeah.
In another picture that we'll see, it's some different kind of photography, not quite this orb stuff I'm showing you, but they put a picture through that has a woman's side view of a face on there, and they were letting me know they knew I was watching them. I don't really, those guys make me nervous, those ones, but sometimes they act the same. Next picture, please.
Wow.
This is where I was standing on it. It rattled me a little bit, I have to say, but he's feeding on those rays.
What do you
He
mean by
does that a
feeding? What do you
lot.
mean by feeding? He's pulling he's like the energy he's feeding on?
He's feeding. So listen, another thing that happened in my history with this stuff is I'm going along with the show. I'm showing up when I'm supposed to. I'm doing what I'm supposed to and all those kind of things.
Yeah.
I lost it. So they start talking to, do you know about breatharianism? Do you know about sun gazing? Michael, I bet you do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, so they were talking to me about that. And they were talking to me about not eating food. This is before we knew about GMO crap. But they were really, they never push you, but they were talking to me a lot about doing it. And I was thinking about it really hard. I did a lot of research into it. I was thinking about it. And then I decided I am not ready to let go of the flavor of food yet. And so I kind of just shut the door on it, but they were definitely pointing me there, and I was kind of refusing to go. And so somehow this guy is feeding on these rays, and I've seen him do it so many times. My word feeding could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't know if that's where they get their food from, their energy from. I'm not quite sure what that is. I would love to run into somebody that can read more than I know about this stuff, and I'm hoping that might happen from this interview.
Didn't you say, Michael, that there are some monks or something, or some people that can actually survive without eating?
Oh yeah, people been doing it for a long time. It's a thing.
Wow.
And I know it's what we need to be moving into. And now with almost all our food being GMO, but I have another stick in the fire with that. Maybe we'll get into, and maybe we won't. But so that's why I think it's feeding.
Well, we're probably going to have we don't have a time limit, but we're probably going to have more than one show with you if they'll allow it.
This was hard for me to put together because
yeah,
the scope is so huge, and to just pick little pieces out, it's really hard. And so finally they said to me, just put something together. If you need to talk about, you'll find out what people are interested in, so you know what to put together. So we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, well, we're really honored on the Pork and Bean Show to be having this stuff. I mean, every guest that we've had has been incredible, but
I know. I agree. And I appreciate you guys being here. And you guys were part of me getting my shit back together when it was splattered all over the universe. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
This is an amazing photo.
Yeah, go on.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Wow. Wow. Jeez. Everyone is just look at these colors. Oh my God, look at this.
The orange guy on the left bottom corner was rolling up like a piece of fruit leather.
Same guy, eh?
Yeah, same guy. That orange is always the same guy.
You know, I know this is probably just an illusion, but that almost looks like a Sasquatch right here.
Well, it sure could be because I wasn't paying attention in those days. And my photography is almost always in the woods or on a beach.
Yeah.
It could be.
Just gorgeous colors. My favorite color is orange, so I really like this picture. I love the orange.
This picture used to be a lot more vibrant. It has faded somewhat.
Wow. It's still pretty cool.
Next picture, please. I got caught in traffic in Seattle, so I got off the freeway and hiked back into these woods, and holy criminy did stuff happen. This is up at Nooksack on that same day. And this picture, well, it really trips me out. Look how clear the trees are up on top, but the ore picture used to be crystal. Oh, there it is. Did it just clear up for you guys?
I see it right here.
Yeah.
Something happened. What happened there? Did you adjust anything, Brian?
No.
It messes with your technology. It happens all the time. And
where'd all those little specks come from? They're
it's snow. It's snow. It was snowing so hard that day. It's snow.
Should I go back and see if it does it again?
Yeah, don't go back and forth one time.
Okay, so let's put it on again and see if it does something. No, it looks the same to me. I didn't catch what you guys were talking about, but you were saying that this wasn't even there initially, or it got clearer?
No.
The snow wasn't there initially.
Oh, really?
But it was in the original picture. It was a blizzard. I was up there in a blizzard.
Next
but
picture?
at first when it came up, you couldn't hardly see the snow. But this picture is not as clear as it used to be.
Why is that? You've mentioned that in a lot of these pictures. Why do they get duller?
Because they continue to develop. And sometimes they're, so these, they don't like to be called orbs. They like to be called pearls. And these pearls are visuals of the language. And so this pearl is here to do work. And so when they fade, their work is done. Some of them never fade. And when I started making these pods, people wanted to buy them, and I didn't really want to sell them because I didn't know if the photography would hold it or not, but they do. But sometimes when pictures are faded, sometimes that's the reason why.
Have you ever seen the opposite, where they got brighter?
Oh yeah, and totally different, all kind of stuff in there. It happens all the time. It'll probably happen in some of these.
What would be the difference? Like you said, when they fade, the teaching is done. So what happens when
the
they
work
get brighter?
Is done?
What?
The work is done.
The work is done. Okay.
Yeah.
So when they get brighter, does that mean the work is still ongoing? Or
I wouldn't say that's a sign.
Okay.
Is that pearl?
You know, sometimes they're just happy to see you. Sometimes they just like spending time with you. This is living light. It's alive and it's conscious.
Absolutely.
And when you spend time with this, sometimes if they brighten up, they're just so happy to see you. Sometimes there's extra energy in them because they're working with you or on you or whatever. What a ride. What a crazy. You know, we get in the Sasquatch world, we all sound like lunatics, and I'm fully aware how lunatikish my story is. I'm aware, but this has been my experience. So this is what I share.
You know, like the Sasquatch told me, you represent us everywhere you go. So to me, that means that I have to speak the uncensored truth, right? You can't be leaving stuff out.
It's about honesty. Or integrity, or you're a nobody, and that's just all there
no
is.
Varnish. No varnish.
No. Yeah, you don't enhance it, and you don't take anything out of it. You tell it as it is. Otherwise,
exactly.
Otherwise,
Exactly.
you're not doing it justice.
I know how crazy this sounds, you guys. The whole experience is just they locked me up and I'm retired out of counseling. It cracks me up.
It
But
doesn't sound crazy to us.
thank God for you guys.
Or Cunningham and Frank Oliver Beans were crazy to begin with, so we got.
Thank God for all you guys. Thank God for all of us Sasquatch people. All of us.
Yeah.
Because when my brain was scrambled eggs all those years and I'm getting into research and learning, you guys all gave me pieces. All of you guys I listened to over the years gave me pieces, and I'm hoping I can give something back to all
Yeah.
you guys through my sharing here. And that's what I'm trying to do. And besides that, I don't know everything about this stuff. And I'm really hoping to run into somebody that can help me with some clarity with some questions I have is what I'm really hoping, but we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Do
Yep.
the next one. What's the next one?
There's that, I forgot the word again, but there it is again.
The pearl,
No, not the pearl,
the vector.
no, the blue,
Yeah. Well, we call them laterals. Like it was a lateral line. We didn't know what, in the beginning, we called all this stuff really stupid human stuff. But yeah, they said that's vectoring. I didn't know that. But yeah, I love cedar trees.
Where does all that red come from? Is that the
Red
that's
orbs. You'll see it later in some of these pictures. They're often accompanied by these red orbs. Sometimes it's red orbs only. These red orbs have something to do with grid work.
use that black stuff again.
Yeah.
Looks like black worms or something.
Yeah, and it goes down below it. Almost looks like a horseshoe.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're
Yeah,
always
you're right.
different. And sometimes you look at it and you don't even see it. And there's people that can look at these pictures and they don't even see it.
I sure do.
But you'll be looking at something and look, it's just living light. It just is.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about this picture is right in the middle on the left-hand side, the frame is really sharp. The plants are really sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you go to the right, it gets more and more blurry.
And do you see those little tiny white orbs over on the right-hand side? It's either their energy making it blur, or this picture could be on the edge of a portal.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre why one part would be fairly crisp and clear, and the other part's all blurry with little specks of little tiny orbs.
It's got to be the energy.
Can I ask you a question? If we go through all of these pictures, we're going to be like a 6-hour show. Can we get you on the next show in a part 2, and we'll do it like, and we don't have to go right away. We can go for another 45 minutes or so. We're not in any hurry, but I'm just saying we're not going to do it justice.
I get it.
Will you come on the next
Brian.
show? Will you come on the next show?
I'm just here to help if I can. And if we need to do another one, I'd show up for that. But
I'm just saying we'll schedule you for the very next show so we can keep the cohesion going.
Oh, I see.
We're not going to be able to do it all justice.
Sure.
Are you game for that?
I'd be up for that. Are you guys feeling any energy? Are you feeling
Oh
any
yeah, I've been feeling energy a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just asking. I just got a real.
I'm feeling a real peace, calm kind of energy, there's
more than Sasquatch here, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's Sasquatch angelics is what you're looking at, and that's the energy that we're feeling.
Yeah. Yeah. Next one.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't see this very often. The original little space helmet guy, that this is another form of that. And I only have seen this once. And that's a heck of a crop to get that. And it's really hard to get these crops to come out clear, but this is one of those pictures.
It also looks like fairies. The fairies have that same kind of shape, with the.
And that's what I think.
they're
And-
light in the middle, then they're surrounded by color, and then they have this overall glow to them.
You know, in the channeling, they said that this language addresses the mythological realms, is what they have said. And what ever since it started in 94, I noticed that one year I would be totally involved in fairies. I mean, totally just, you know how Sasquatch gets us, same thing, but it was fairies. The next year it was something else. The next year it was Sasquatch, and the next year it was dragons. And the next year it was Sasquatch, and it's never changed from Sasquatch since. But I also have picked, and I had the intention in trying to find this video. I have a video of a fairy flying in a tree at Green Lake in Seattle when I was walking around the lake, and it was clear as day. That was probably 2008-ish or somewhere in there. I had watched that video once from then to now, and it sure did seem like that video was harder. It didn't hold the form as well. I'll try to find it, but so fairies are a part of this.
Well, we can do that for the next show too, right?
Yeah, it'd really help me a lot if I had an idea on what to focus on, because I have my stuff organized. There's just so much of it.
They
But
let
I
you know
can
what
find
they let
them.
you know what they want you to talk about. Whatever, you know. I mean, this is fascinating. Whatever.
That's what you're looking at. That's what you're looking at right now. This isn't designed by me. This is designed by them. This is what they would like to show you. It's what they want me to share. So here we go. Next one, please.
I'm starting to do the pee-pee dance, so I'm going to skip out for just a second. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Go
wow.
ahead, talk.
Oh, this is
That
amazing.
one's the under the feet one. I thought it was the other one, but it was this one. That was the weirdest feeling, knowing it's under my feet.
Wow, that's amazing. And again, this is a really clear shot with everything in focus. And then you have just the overhead light coming in from the sun. But wow, what an amazing picture.
This stuff really, I'm still mind boggled by this stuff. I'm so used to having it around me. I don't want to say I don't pay attention to it, because I do, but I'm so used to having it in my house, and I can feel the difference in the energy when I have these pods in my house. It just feels like home. It feels like where I belong. It's where I want to be. If I don't have these pods in here, it feels empty.
Do you call them pods or pearls?
So these orb forms, they like to be called pearls, but when I put them into a collage, that's a pod.
Okay.
You had commented on those, Michael, when I didn't know these albums were going to post online, but those are called the pods. And I have them in a file in here, whether we get to them or not.
Well, you next time, maybe this week, if you want to, we can practice you sharing your own albums from your computer, because it's pretty easy. You can see once you get it, once you get it going. That way you'll have more control over it.
Yeah, that would help. This works, but that would be a little more optimum if we could do. I don't know how to do it, but I'm not illiterate. But if you can tell me how to do it, we can pull it off.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
I'm back. Next picture.
You have your
Next
photos
one.
in an album on a
Yeah.
That's all you got.
I'd like to do it in a slideshow that I could stop and start. Ideally, would be what I'd like to do, but we'll see what happens. Oh, this is in a park in Washington. There's a water fountain coming out of this pool, and they were dancing around in it, just having the best time, bobbing in and out of the water. It was crazy.
Wow.
And in the upper right-hand corner here, you can see this red. Those reds are in a partial grid formation.
These guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Next one, please.
Oh my God. Pretty. Oh, this
This
look
is
at this guy. He's like he's cut off at the top, kind of.
this is real early photography. Some of my first photography is this one. We used to call this a chalice. And it seemed like, God, I keep thinking you guys can see where I'm moving my finger. The red orbs, it was like in the chalice form, it contained all these energies. I don't see this chalice hardly ever anymore. That was really in the beginning days. And portal energy. In a portal we were. Next picture, please.
Well, all one, all connected. Isn't that ironic? Like the spider's web.
They like to include stuff like that. There's a picture in here of that big blue orb, a huge one with an eagle sitting on top of a tree, this spider web. There's another one in here of the blue, and in the center of it is a dragonfly with a heck of a story with it. These rays bend and braid and weave, and they move.
Wow.
Next one, please.
Just beautiful stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, that's definitely a lens flare.
See how it doesn't make sense.
No.
I mean, what we've been told about light, it doesn't make sense. This light bends, and it does it a lot of the time, but the color combinations just amaze me. I've never seen an ugly one. They've always just been beautiful.
Absolutely.
Next
Wow.
one.
Wow. Look at this guy. And then this guy. That's absolutely.
Sometimes they ride in those rays. I don't see, this is really a rare picture. I've hardly ever seen it happen like that.
What do you make of this?
That is the same little helmet guy from the beginning.
Right. Okay.
And we haven't come on that picture yet, but this is another form of that. It oscillates when it moves. It oscillates a lot. Next picture, please.
Hey, by the way, you're doing good. You're all nervous. You're doing amazing.
I've done this kind of stuff a million times. I've done a million presentations with this stuff. I just haven't done it in 15 years.
Well, we're honored that you're doing it with us.
You guys are the only guys I would do it with. I don't know what to say. So this picture, you see this yellow up on the top? Sometimes specific photography goes missing. This is one of those times. This looks like the yellow gold thing is in the shape of a sword. And I had a picture of it coming right down in the middle of that chalice. And it's not there now. So this was the next closest thing. It's over a lake. Next one, please.
Have you, I wanted to ask you a question because I've had this happen a few times. Have you ever had them, well, they've taken pictures off my camera, but have you ever had them put pictures on your camera that you didn't take?
I don't know. I've heard of it. I know about it. I'd have to think about it. You know, yeah. I'm sure they have, but it's a whole other story.
Yeah. I'll tell you a really good story sometime, maybe on the next show or whatever, of what, when they did that, they removed a picture and, well, it was just an incredible story, but I won't get into that. This is your show, but yeah.
Next one, please.
Look at this.
This is the one I thought I didn't have.
Holy smokes.
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
I've never seen that again. That's the only time I've ever seen that. They're all like that, I suppose, but those guys have a hell of a view and they don't even know. Next picture, please.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Same story as it's a helmet guy in another form. It's really hard to get clear pictures of him.
You seem to be doing okay.
That's in Hawaii. What's weird about this photography is even though there's 350,000 pictures, I can look at just about any one of them and know where it is.
Don't ever say 350,000 pictures again while I've got coffee in my mouth, because I just spit it all on the screen.
Well, we can't have that. Next one, please. I'm trying to
Oh,
move.
look. Wow, look at this. Oh, my
Yeah.
Lord. Just the diversity and the beauty is just, wow.
You know, they talk about deep beauty, and that's what I was trying to capture here in Kodiak. When all this started, I was trying to capture that beauty.
Yeah. You're asking me if I was feeling energy. I'm feeling a deep, peaceful, knowing, eternity kind of, you know, connected kind of energy. It's just beautiful.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'd like to hear if, I don't know if anybody's even watching this, but if anybody is, I'd like to know if they're feeling anything. I'm feeling a tremendous amount of heat, like I got to wipe the sweat off my upper lip kind of stuff. That's what it usually does anyway.
Yeah, there's people commenting and looking, but I don't want to go off of this
Right.
other one, because sometimes I get screwed up when I try to do that. But we
Well,
will.
do they feel
guys,
anything?
if you're watching, let us know how you're feeling. If you're feeling anything watching these, and we'll get to the comments. We'll get to the comments before we end the show. How's that sound?
Sure. Yeah. Next one, please.
Oh, Sasquatch foot?
Oh, that's up in.
Oh, no, that's a bear, isn't it?
That's a Kodiak picture, and we have big bears here, you guys. And
Yeah, look at that.
this is his back foot. I wear a women's size 9.5 or a 10. His foot was that wide, and you can't see it here, but right up in the almost middle of this picture, he had a trail where he had gone down and laid in the blackberry bushes in there. And I'm standing right beside my truck, but that is a big bear.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Wow.
Next.
Oh my God. Look at, here's that black stuff again. Look at these. That's just beautiful.
I think William Henry's got the answer on that. Man, I was so triggered when I was listening to you guys. I was hopping all over the place, but I have always wondered what that is. What
Here
is
it is
that black
again.
stuff?
Right here, yeah. Wow.
Next one, please.
Beautiful again.
The helmet guy, that little white, we call that cosmic butter sometimes when it shows up like that. And it can get really big. I love those rays. They're just, it's almost like a love wash.
Mm-hmm.
Next one, please.
Look at
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
So they're saying, you know, just in case you didn't notice that eagle up in the tree.
Oh yeah. I'll make it a little bigger.
That was such a magical day.
There he is. Oh yeah, it's just right on the edge of where he is.
Yeah, they do that a lot. They point stuff out, or sometimes in the middle of the pearl form, whatever they're showing you gets amplified. I have no idea what it is, but what the?
I wonder if these animals, because animals communicate with energy and whatever. They don't have the language, but energy is a universal language. I wonder how, in some cases, these animals are aware of this energy around them. Probably more than we are.
I would sure think
at times.
so. I can't feel it all the time, but I can feel it. Not always.
But a lot of people can't, right? I'm just wondering, because the animals connect through energy or whatever. I'm wondering how aware they are. It's interesting to think about.
I don't know. Next one, please. That's in Maryland on the East Coast. Another lateral.
Lateral, yeah.
East Coast needs help. I know that.
Yeah, a lot of places.
Next one, please.
Oh, oval. Oh yeah, you were saying sometimes he changes shape, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
There it is.
we call it elongate. That video I sent you has that one elongating like that. It's
You know what? Before we end this show, we'll try to see if we can get that video going because I've got
yeah,
it.
it's
You
short.
sent it to me,
Yeah,
didn't you? You sent it to me,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's short, but
Yeah,
it's
we'll
really
try
a
it.
trip to watch. And in that video, they pulse in and out. You can see them pulsing in and out as well. Next one, please.
No, look at those. Oh my God. Look at the detail in there.
These are not pearls. These are regular orbs. I was helping a friend of mine who had a colon surgery, and I was outside at night. This is on the reservation in Washington. That bright one on the bottom in the middle, that is the moon.
Right.
And this picture has faded quite a bit, but those were all the same kind of orbs as what you see there. It was, and these are more spirits. These type chalky orbs are usually ancestor type spirits, and that's what these are. This is on a reservation, and that's what that one is.
So
But they're conscious. I was camping down in Hawaii. In Alaska, we get sick of our winters sometime. Girlfriend of mine and I used to go down on the Big Island and camp on the beach for 2 or 3 months every winter. And my orb photography had just started here and we left. And so being down there, I didn't know anything about orbs then. And so I wondered if they were down there. One night I got my camera out, and in this one big tree, there were hundreds of them, if not thousands, and they were there and I could feel them. I felt them because they will come tell you, get your camera, come take pictures. That happens all the time. So I took some pictures of them down there. They were thick. So later that night, there were some young guys on the one end of the beach, and this campground had zero light down there at night. Not one street light, not one light. There was no light. They'd been drinking hard alcohol all day, and later we found out they were doing meth. And when it got dark on that beach, there was about 8 of them. They all came down the beach and they beat the daylights out of the campers. They put a grandpa in the hospital. They beat him up in front of his 5 grandkids. And while this was going on, my friend asked me if she could use my phone because she couldn't get cell reception down there. So she had walked up in the parking lot, and I didn't know this beatdown thing had started. And I walked up to talk to Gayla. So I wasn't in the middle of it when it started, when they beat the grandpa up, or believe me, I'd have been in the middle of it. But
My God.
so all I could hear is fists hitting skin. It was horrible. And so that happened, and we left the campground that night. We came back the next day and we were camping there again. So that night I had my camera out and all those orbs were gone out of that tree. They had receded back to a row of trees behind it, and they were scared to death. They were petrified, and you could feel that in them. And so that's a different caliber of orb than what I like to deal with, but I do know that. And sometimes in the mist, like the mist pictures that you shared, sometimes these kind of orbs are associated to a mist, but then again, so is Sasquatch.
Right. Yeah, I've seen them appear out of a mist. So yeah.
There was a lot of mist this night, a lot of mist.
So let me just ask you quickly. You were saying you call these ones orbs and the other one's pearls. So you talked about it a little bit. So what's the difference?
From what I understand and my experience has been, these types of orbs are more ancestor orbs, possibly elementals, but ancestor type orbs, spirit type orbs, Passover spirit type orbs.
And the pearls are?
What my photography represents is archangels of the Sasquatch realms and maybe the mythological realms, and that's the difference.
Okay.
What my photography represents?
What's this?
Oh my gosh. Go to the next picture too, Brian. It should be just similar to this one.
What are we looking at here?
I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah. All right. So since I came back home and I'm Sasquatch aware, there's the first spot I found here when I started looking, because I knew there was structure here. And all last summer, all I did, I was in the woods every day looking for structure, looking for sign, trying to figure out what's going on. The first place I went, they have an altar. I was walking on a trail, and and I know what their pull feels like when they want me to go somewhere or feel something. So I go up into the woods. There was an altar tree there that was decorated with pine cones, and I mean decorated. I have pictures of it. I just didn't pull them up for this, but so all last year I played with that a little bit. Sometimes I'd put some pine cones up. They do what they always do, change them, blah, blah, blah. So when I lived here before, I ran the homeless shelter here for a while. And when I wasn't doing that, I cooked for the scientists out at the rocket launch site we have here. And when I cooked for them, I stayed, you guys should see this country. Oh my God, it's so gorgeous. But I'd live out there when I was cooking out there, so I didn't have to drive the 30 brutal miles we had on that dirt road in those days back into town. So I got a lot of history out there, and magic. Oh my God, out there, it's so incredible. And so when all this stuff happened to my family and that story, and I was gone for 10 or 12 years, when I finally came back 2 years ago, as soon as I bought a vehicle, I went out there. I drove up, we call it out the road. We drove out the road. And so I'm walking back into this property, which is a ranch. And I knew that when I got back there, because when my brain was collapsing, I didn't think I'd ever make it home. I gave up. I didn't think I'd ever make it home. And so when I got out there, I bawled my head off. And I mean, I knew it was going to happen, and I knew I needed to do that and let it go. And I did, bawled my head off. So I'm standing by my van, bawling. And the thing I realized the most was the cruelty of my children. And so, and I'm crying because I don't come from that. I didn't raise them that way. And I'm bawling hard. And I look over to my right, and there's a big rainbow encompassing my whole van. And so then I'm bawling harder, and I get out some more tears, and I look behind my van, and the rainbow had moved right behind my van. So I'm bawling again. And so I get back in my van, and I sit down, and I'm trying to get my act together, and I want to go walk back on this property. I stayed in a big travel trailer back there for a long time. It was so killer. And so I just want to go back there. And so I grabbed my camera, and I'm walking back there, and I got all these memories, and I'm so happy to be there. And I didn't think I would ever be able to be there again. And I'm just in that moment. And so something catches my eye off to the right of, I was walking back in there, and I see something's there, and I know I'm supposed to pay attention to it, but my mind wants to go where my heart wants to be. And I'm doing that. Nothing else is coming first. And I'm going, I'll check it on my way out. So I go in there, and I'm looking for Sasquatch structure as well. And there were some, and I'm just and so I spend my time back there walking, and just so deep in memory, and so grateful to be there again. And so then I start and actually I'm camped. And so I start walking out of there. And so I see that spot that had something in it, and I go look at it. It's a whole eagle's wing. And I have a lot of we have tons of eagles here, and they're big. And they know, but I am a raven person to the bone. In fact, some of my language was given to me from a raven. And so I look at I'm feeling how this eagle died. He was an elder eagle, and I feel like it was maybe old age or something. But so I pick up one of the wings, which is what you're seeing here. And when I turned it over, there's a pine cone in the middle of it. And they know about the Pine Cone Palace. And if that isn't profound and deeper than deep, I don't know what is. But that's how Sasquatch roll.
Yeah.
And I have two eagle thigh bones and both claws. And this wing with it, look, it's dried now. It was fresh when I got it. That was a fresh pine cone in there. I didn't know if it'd show in the photography or not, is why I asked you to go to this second page, but that is that story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's deep. That's deep.
Are we still recording? Because it said I lost connection for a minute. Can you see? I can't see, Beans. Is everything still?
Yeah, you're recording.
Everything's still up and running.
Facebook
Okay, good.
recording.
Okay, good.
Technology, this energy loves to play with technology. How about the next one? Yeah. This is at a place on Kodiak
Holy
called
moly.
Sunboat Beach, we call it. This place is pure magic. I believe this is a human built structure in the back. It was really cool. It's built on the side of a steep cliff. I'm pretty sure it's human built. You take your life in your hands when you walk down in here, and that trail tries to kill you all the way down. A lot of magic happened on that beach. Next one, please.
Zoom it up.
All right, so now we're to the part with the little helmet guy. This is how, the first thing I saw was this. Yeah. First thing I saw was that. So I kept my camera on it. Go to the next one, please. Oh, they're out of order. This is my son-in-law that was killed. His name's Enrique Perez. I love this guy. But what happened was, I explained to you about my photography began, and the next morning he was gone. So in
The
our
next morning
native,
after this picture?
no. When my orb photography began, the next day he died.
Wow.
So in our native way, we went over to the parents' place, and I know them both. We went over there for condolences and be with the family and all that kind of stuff. And so I was talking to his stepmom. I said, man, I'm having this wild photography. And I showed her something. And she showed me this picture that had been taken a couple years before he passed. And this left side there, those rays have faded out. They used to be crystal clear, vibrant. But here's those rays in his picture taken on a different island here. They're fishing, but they got off on this island, and I'm not so sure that isn't Sasquatch structuring in the background right there on the right. But that's a trip. I miss this guy so much.
Looks like a wonderful man.
He's an Alaska fisherman, that's for sure. My grandson's daddy. Next picture, please. Yeah, these are so, they're so out of order. Next time we do something, we'll have to figure out how to keep the order, because I can't complete a story until the photography shows up, but we'll make it work. Mm-hmm. This is Gayla. She went down with me when we did all the photography shows with this stuff. And so her and I, on this day, we got stuck in a portal. And it took me a while to realize that's what happened. But God, there's so much magic in this picture that's not even there. It's hard to know what to talk to. But if you will look over on the right side of that pink circle, there's something that's imitating her holding this stick. Can you bump that up a little, Brian? Bigger size?
No, I can't with this one.
Okay. All right. I have this cropped down where I have her and an individual picture of that black shape that William Henry talks about. I'd love to know what he thinks of what is that? So anyway, that's what that is. So this black, whatever that black is, was
Here?
mimicking her, but Sasquatch mimic anything and everything. Yeah. So I don't know what that is, but it was unusual. Next, please. Yeah. This girl, my last name is Pedersen, and so is hers. Her dad's Danish, and so was mine. We didn't know each other until I moved to Kodiak, but her mom's name is Lori. She's a twin sister to Lena, and I have two cousins named Lena and Lori Pedersen. And we're, as far as we know, we're not related. Next picture. If this is coming right, it'll be that black form.
There it is.
I have a delay on my end, like my picture's still on Gala. Yeah, there it is. It sure
That
looks like
it
it.
looks like a shadow. Doesn't
It isn't. There's nothing there. All it is willows. There's nothing to make it. It's a shadow. I don't know what it is. It's that black substance, but it's mimicking her. Her
Oh
stand.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know anything else about it, but that it's just unusual.
Wow.
And we didn't. And she has Sasquatch stories in her history from here on this rock, but we didn't connect any dots from Sasquatch and what was going on with us then. Next one, please. Oh. So they're in my hair when I had long hair. They're in my, I have a couple hair pictures in here. It trips me out. My hair lights up like a beacon when the sun's on it, and I have pastel colored orbs in my hair.
Wow.
I don't know what I think of that. That's not a good picture. It's not clear like it used to be. Next one, please.
Oh yeah. That's your hair, right?
I'm still up. There it is. Yeah. When it was long. Oh, I miss my hair. Trips me out. What does that mean? I don't know. Are they hitching a ride? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Next one, please. So this is a beginning picture, you guys. Look down on the very bottom in the center. Some of it's cut off because you used to could see the bottoms of his feet, and he was sitting here. The very bottom's his little belly. You can see his arms going out right above. And this picture has faded since early days. Somewhere I've got a good picture of this. I just didn't have time to find it. You can see his head right above that. And then there's something on top, and it used to look like a helmet. So when my photography began, this is not the first orb picture that came through, but it is the first one when I got serious about it. Go straight up from there, and you see that line of orbs up on top. There's a purple one and a yellow one with right there. They came in the very beginning. They came in a line like that, and at the end of that line was this guy.
Yeah. Look at this. How colorful this one is.
It's faded. There's another.
Looks like a rainbow around it, and then it's got red and purple and.
There's another
blue,
one that I
green.
suspect this is that's way clearer than this. We'll see if we get to it. Or, yeah, it's in here. Next one, please. Cold. It was so cold that day my fingers were froze. This is beginning days 2. This isn't, yeah, it's not, this isn't, they Facebook cropped this picture. It's not worth going into because they cut out this used to look like a big dragon head. This top right part of this rock there was pretty intense. Next one, please. No. They cut it off, Brian. Can you do anything with this, Brian?
Brian, make it
any-
smaller. Make it
Yeah.
smaller.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Here we
This
go.
is,
Keep
this
going.
is
There
going
you
to
go.
show you how big our bears are. This picture curls my toenails. I didn't take this, but this is how big our bears are here. And it would be easy to mistake a Sasquatch form for a bear. I can see that, but these are big bears here.
Well, I think the Kodiak bear is the biggest bear in the world, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, we used to be, we had just huge ones here, period. Now there's a lot. Our eagles are smaller, our bears are smaller, and our ravens are smaller too.
Wonder
I
why.
don't know why. I don't know, but it's definitely noticeable.
Wow.
Next one, please.
There's the orange guy again. What's this? Is that a head in there?
I'm
There's a
seeing
face
it.
there.
Yeah, I know what you're. Yeah. So this
That's
is
a human face, isn't it?
Blow it up.
Check
Blow
it
it up a
out.
little bit.
Yeah, it's Gala, but Gala wasn't there.
What the heck?
Hang
That
on.
even looks like he has glasses or something on. Nose, eyes, mouth. What the
It's
heck?
Gala. It's Gala. So listen, her and I were hiking in the Pinecomb Palace Park. We were hiking. She took off and went somewhere because I have my camera and I'm busy, and she knows it. And so I'm taking these pictures. I take this picture and there's her face, and she was not there. So
Holy
that's
moly.
them telling me they know she's with me.
Holy
That's the
moly.
most incredible thing I think I've ever seen. Look at that.
And you know what? I have to say this about Gala. We don't speak anymore, and that's on her end. But Gala, I will always be thankful to Gala, because when Gala and I were good friends, when my photography started, she was with me through all those days. We used to call it eyebrows on the ceiling, you know. And when we started to travel and do presentations with this stuff, even though we didn't know exactly what it was then, Gala worked and Gala supported us and Gala paid the rent so that I could focus on getting this photography together. And bless her heart. And I'll always be thankful to her for doing that.
I mean, there's no denying that.
I know.
That's
And
incredible.
there's only one picture, just one, just this one. It didn't happen in any of the other ones.
My God. Holy smokes.
Next picture, please. And so they show you things they know about you. I don't care if it's Sasquatch form or orb form. They show you.
How big is that orange thing in reality? That looks like the size.
It can go to any shape, any size, little to
But
big.
that looks big. That looks like this, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's a down tree right there. The root ball's right there. He's on the side of it. It was huge, 6, 7, 8 feet. He was rolling up like fruit leather in that. And I have video of him doing that. I'd have to look for it, but he does that. And he, you know, in the beginning when he showed up, he was always way down in the corner of a photo, barely showing. He did that for about 4 or 5 months before he started showing himself.
Why is it a trust thing? He trusted you to show himself? Why do you think he started showing himself?
You know, I always had a sense he was shy. I'm embarrassed about this because I know it's not true, but we used to call him amoeba mind. He was a little simple, shy, innocent too, but he's not an amoeba mind. I apologize for saying that or made a mistake there. that thing does amazing things. Next picture, please.
That almost looks like an eagle or something, or a bird. See the tail feather? Doesn't it almost look like a bird?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because in this series of, this is on Camino Island, but in that series, this is in a portal.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Next picture, please. Yeah. They have this brilliant white they can turn into, and I'm talking to a friend of mine here in town. They've experienced this white light. A lot of times the photography builds and builds and builds, and then it does this huge, just white, just pure white.
That's higher energy.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen every time, but it does happen. It happens quite a bit. Next one, please. Here's a picture I was talking about that said that black energy, whatever that is. I had this cropped down, but it pixelated so bad it was worthless. So I left this one in.
Now this one almost looks like maybe there's just a hole in this and it's part of the ground here, but do you think that's no?
It is, and it's that black substance is blacker than black. And as a kid, I used to see it moving around in my bedroom at night. It used to scare the daylights out of me and make me cry. It's blacker than black, and this is that.
Did you get any kind of energy feeling with it?
Never.
Okay.
I've always been I've hunted information all these years trying to figure it out. William Henry's the only guy that gave me something that held some weight.
Awesome.
Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah. More rays. But what is unique about this picture is there's brown rays in here. And so as the way Sasquatch way, they camouflage with everything. They blend in with everything. And these rays are trying to blend in with these willow branches here.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never seen anything brown since then either.
That's like so interdimensional. That's crazy.
Next one, please.
Is that your card?
I'm standing here over to the left, and I'd been doing a little photography, and they approached me in their orb form, and I could tell they wanted to get closer to me, but they were waiting for me to invite them. And so I said, come on. I said, you can get as close as you want. And so they went under my feet again and buzzed up every cell in my body. And I jumped in my truck and I took off out of there. It was intense. And so this car goes by and these orbs go out and they're chasing the car like what dogs do. What's that? I've seen them act like dogs before. When we get to the picture, I'll explain it to you. But this was one of those instances, and he followed that car down over the hill for a ways. That was a real buzz. Next one, please.
Oh, here's those black things again.
They're usually there in one shape or another. They're usually, in the beginning, they weren't. I really think it's a Sasquatch signature. I can't put into words yet, and I haven't asked them in my writing.
So what's in the background? Rocks or trees?
Yeah.
What's all that in the background?
It's over water. It's on Kodiak here. There's a channel.
Water and then rocks.
Yeah.
I think so this the light that takes up everything.
Yeah.
Orange and green.
Really magic back there.
Wow.
Next, please.
Oh, that's an early one. 2000. Oh no, it's 2008. Okay.
That's on a different frozen lake in Montana.
Wow.
Next
How big is that? Is that like the size of a car, or is it the size of a baseball?
car, I think.
Wow.
Next, please.
Beautiful.
This picture, can you zoom down on this, Brian? Wonder how come it zooms on some of them and not on others.
I don't know.
And it's doing it by itself, but that's how it goes with this stuff. It messes with technology every time. This, do you folks know Joe Hauser?
Yep.
This is on the backside of Joe Hauser's property there before he owned it. And I lived pretty much in the next house down from Joe's. His place is a trip there. That energy there is so intense, but this is behind his place there. This was my favorite picture for a long time. And this red form on the right there, those red orbs can take a form like that. How do you describe that? I don't know. But they're not always in a round orb form. Those red ones can almost take a mist shape. Next, please.
Wow.
My dad used to take me back here when I was a kid.
For that guy.
Yeah, there's Merlin. That's behind Joe's place too. We used to call him the Ray Rider, Dragon Rider. Next picture, please. That's a coyote in a departure. That belongs back in those coyote series, but that was the end picture of that performance.
Yeah.
I'm up on a bridge. Crosses Kodiak Island is right there, but I'm over here on Near Island and we're connected by a bridge. I can almost throw a rock and hit Kodiak.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. Now this is important. Now, do you see these pictures with the naked eye, or they show up after you take the picture?
Sometimes I can see them with my physical eyes and sometimes I can't, but and the reason why I can't may be this. In the beginning, when Gail and I moved down to Montana, we're doing photography presentations. Following the Mayan calendar is totally different than Gregorian. In the Mayan calendar, you will have a Mayan birth date. Like I'm a Gemini here. In the Mayan calendar, I am Eek, which is the wind, which is Sasquatch. And I'm also Akbal because we follow 2 counts. I'm also Akbal, which means night. So we're living in Montana. It's night. I'm in my bedroom. I'm laying down. Lights are out, and Montana has black nights. So I'm going to sleep. And so I could feel some movement above me. So I cracked an eye and looked up, and here's these orbs that you've just seen. They have to know about Creedence Clearwater Revival, right? Because they come in through my bedroom window. It's summer. They come in through the window and they're like dancing around in my bedroom, moving around up above my head, and it freaked me out. I could handle seeing them through my camera, but seeing them above my head with no camera kind of tweaked me out a little bit. And the second I was scared, they went back out the same way they came in. The instant I had fear, they left, and
That's
they fell
ridiculous.
over Dad.
Wow.
So I saw them then, and they haven't really. I don't know. I don't think I've seen them with my eyes since then, and it's probably because I was scared. So that day, I spent the day going, "Why did that freak me out so bad?" Because it did. And the reason is because I've seen this stuff all my life when I was a kid, and I grew up with everybody telling me it's not real, leave the lights on, go back to bed, all that kind of stuff. that's what that popped me back into. And so I did some breath work with it. And that I was scared to go to sleep that night. I was scared when dark came. I'm going, oh God, what if it? But nothing happened. And I've never had that fear again. And that's how this breath work works. You do it once, it's gone. And thank God for that.
Yeah.
Next one, please. Coyote. I find it interesting. It's gold color because that's the energy they work with me with when we do implant removal. And early on when the language came through, one of the first things they taught me is how to remove implants. And that's why the first word was protection, because it was to cloak us from those darker energies, knowing we're even there.
Let me ask you, are all implants bad? Are there some that are good?
There's some that are good and there's some that are not.
Okay.
And you can change a negative implant you can rewire it into a positive one.
Wow.
Next one, please.
I think that's it. So you know what? We've already gone like over 3.5 hours. So why don't we try to show that video? I know. Why don't we try to show that video? And then do you want to take some questions if anybody has asked any questions? And then kind of wrap it up. And then, but we're going to have you back on, like, is Sunday and next Sunday good, or even before then?
What is today's Sunday, right?
Yeah.
August 22.
Yeah, so it's a week. Yeah. Yeah, because that'll give me a little more time to do a couple. Maybe I can gather up a little bit of the video of when yeah.
Okay, I'll schedule you for next Sunday at the same time. So I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to go and try to find that video, and we'll look at that, and then we'll, you know, talk a little bit and see if there's any. Do you want to look at the peanut gallery there, Beans, and see if we got any comments while I set this up?
I'm sweating.
Mary Jean Sutton says, connection, deep, peaceful feeling, and also a revived excitement for life.
That's good. You know, when I was on the reservation, in their winter powwow ways, which is all about Sasquatch, I was sitting down on the beach down there once, and I had just printed off and developed some of this orb photography, and I was sitting down there looking at it. And one of the native guys that is in the longhouse came down, and we started chatting, and I showed him some of these pictures. And in this particular longhouse, they got trouble down there. They got rogue Sasquatch that's really causing hell down there. And I believe that's part of what happened to my grandson down there. But there was a lot of dissension in the longhouse. And when he looked at those pictures, that's what he said. He said, that gives me the strength to keep on going, because he was supposed to fill in some big shoes in a powwow way, and he was hesitating with that, but it gave him, he went on with it. So, you know, this stuff, the impact it has on people, I know how much it's impacted my life. Can't hear Brian again.
We've got the video ready to go. Do you want to watch that video, and then we'll?
Yeah, if you got it.
Talk for a sec. Okay.
Sure.
You should go into your settings and see if
there
you can make sure the audio.
Do you see it? I don't think we need much audio on this. It's only 37 seconds long.
Yeah, it's short. This is really faded out, you guys, but you can still see how they move and pulse. And I thought I had this fixed, and it's not, but that's all right.
Well, I can see it. Should we play it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
This is how they move.
Wow. Wow.
I suppose the video's not working right, but you get an idea.
I can see it perfectly. You can't see it?
It's jumping around.
Yeah. You know, we'll have to figure out another way besides running it through Facebook.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
I
that's
can see
what That's
Hey,
how
Brian,
they
play it again because that'll give it a second time. It might clear it out a little bit. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's pretty good, actually.
Wow. Look at
Wow,
that.
turn white, then red.
Got that line going through it.
Yeah, and they're building energy up. They're always building energy. You know, it's like structures. It's like structures in the air. They're building it up to present you with something like the photography I showed you. Those pictures are like end results.
Does it look pretty good? Do you want to do it one more time?
No, that's all right.
It's
Okay.
sweet.
I'm going to stop the share then.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out. I have tons of video, and I'm eating tons.
It looped several times, so we got a good chance to see it. It looped like 4 times. And
You're
Brian's off
muted,
again.
Brian.
I think we're gonna have to wrap this up because it's getting to be a really, really long show.
Yeah, I think we should just wrap.
Yeah. So you're gonna sing a healing song after the show, huh?
I'll do that.
Yeah, because there's a few people who are open. I'm sure you could just send it out to all the people who are called
Yeah.
for it in their heart, you know.
Yeah.
Do we have any, but before we wrap up though, do we have any comments that you want to mention, Beans? Or any?
Not so many. There's some comments. I already read a couple of them. You were busy.
Okay.
Like Randy Bell says, this is interesting. When the conversation changed to fairies, it would not let me watch. I think that's funny.
Wow.
That's a very common kind of thing.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're going to have you back on next Sunday at 10 o'clock my time, same time, right? For part 2. Because I don't think, I mean, we only got to one of your 6 albums that you
Yeah.
shared.
There's not a lot. The rest of those albums are small, Brian. There's not a lot in them. It's just part of the story.
Yeah. But still, you can decide what else you want to talk about. Because I mean, there's a lot more that we want to talk
And
about.
it'll help me with you guys understanding more about it, so you can help ask me some questions. Because
Right.
this thing is so big, I really have a hard time knowing where do you start? Where do you start?
What do you mean? Just the Pearl people is big, but then you also have this whole healing thing is big, and then the connection with Sasquatch between the healing and the teaching of all humanity, and you know, just the timeline healing is gigantic.
Yeah.
You guys, I know this is big, and I know this is what I'm supposed to be doing. With what happened to me, they tried to take me out, and I really didn't think I'd ever be able to do anything like this again. It's really big for me right now with you guys right here, right now, and the people that are listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I'm going to do a victory walk because I really didn't think I'd be doing this again.
You did a great show, one of our better ones.
Absolutely. Amazing show. And
I
it went by so fast. Like we were already 3
Yeah.
hours and 43 minutes
I
into
can't even believe that, but that's how it is when you get talking about Sasquatch stuff. I want to thank you guys for being here and providing space for people to share, because I'm really picky with who I hang with. And I always knew it would be you guys, but until June did that work on me, it couldn't happen. And then I had to wait a little while to make sure it couldn't interfere. And so now here we are. And I just want to say thank you to you guys.
And to the Sasquatch, because they're our
Orchestrators.
invisible producers.
They're
Yeah,
orchestrators.
they
and
watch
that's
every-
what they do.
They watch every show. This is their favorite show, the Pork and Bean
I
Show.
bet.
And
Maybe
it
they have
is.
popcorn.
It is. I'll tell everybody right now, it is the best, most honest, deepest Sasquatch show.
It's
on the
real.
planet.
And that's how Sasquatch are, and all that work they do with us. They're trying to get us back into our bright, original, shining, indigenous selves.
Yeah,
And
and that's
that's-
not even ego talking. This really is. This is an honest. We don't pull any punches, you know. So
Yeah. And that's the way everybody should be. So you guys rock.
that's right. That's right. That's how
Next time
everybody.
I'll tell you about how I do healing with breath work in my, just when I meditate. That's kind of a nice story. Now, you were talking about doing healing that way, but what I do is once I get into my heart and I can feel that heart energy really vibrating, then I picture the whole earth, right? You know, the pictures of the earth. And if I stay with that, then I hold hands with a Sasquatch on either side, and we circle the whole earth with humans and Sasquatch.
Killer. They love that kind of stuff.
And then I just start moving my hand like this to just
Yeah.
wave off all the negative energy around Earth. And they like
Yeah.
when I do. They like when I do that because whenever
Yeah.
every once in a while it links up real strong, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And so far, I've got to where about 1/3 of the Earth is just snow white.
And plus, they're excited to be working with the world's handsomest man.
Absolutely.
What's your best strophe? What's your best side? Let's oh my God. Oh my Lord.
Funny.
That's stunning.
Well, this is a great show. I definitely have a good feeling about this show. A lot of times I'm into the administration and doing all the kind of stuff, but this just had such a sweet flow to it.
Well, they call them light parties, and
Yeah.
they love to have light parties.
Well, stick around for a few minutes after we close it out there, Sky. I wouldn't mind talking to you for a few minutes. But anyway, should we wrap it up? And then, guys, we're going to thank you, everybody, for watching. We're going to bring Sky back next Sunday at the same time, 10 o'clock West Coast time, and we'll probably go for another 4 hours or something. Who knows?
I'm full of beans. Oh, no, I'm Frank Oliver Beans.
You are
I'm full of beans.
Beautiful to me. Can't you
Yes,
see?
you are.
You're everything I ever hoped for. You're everything I want to be. You are so beautiful to me. That's Frank Oliver Beans in person.
Bye, everybody.
See you guys. And on behalf of Pork Cunningham and Frank Oliver Beans, this is the Pork and Bean Show, and thank you to our special guest, Sky Pedersen, with a D and an E.
And if you want to be on the show, there's a ways to do it.
Yeah, you send me a check in the mail, $19.95 per month. And,
Every month.
If you send me $28.95 per month, you get on. But,
All right, boys, let's tie it up.
all right, guys. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Push the button, or tell them your email address, or push the button and let's get out of here.
Oh, okay. If you want to contact me about being on the show or about anything else, it's all small case, Pork and Bean Show. And when it's the N is just an N, Pork and Bean Show at gmail.com. And if you want to watch my YouTube channel, where I have some pretty good stuff, it's Sasquatch BC, The True Story, Pork and Bean Show. And I'd appreciate anybody stopping by and checking it out. So thanks, everybody.
Look out for that video on Crazy Horse. It's a good video.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is. It is. It's one of my favorites. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.
space sector calling. Are you talking to me? We have a message for you. I could not help but listen. Children on earth must all become one family. Your leaders will not listen. But what could I do? People will listen to you. I'm just a poor fool. We try to help us and make them understand. A place for everyone in the sacred land, living in all lands. I'll never turn away. Now my life has changed. I'll never be the same. This is space sector calling. Are you talking to me? We have a message for you. I could not help but listen. Children on earth must all become one family. Your leaders will not listen. But what can I do? People will listen to you. I'm just a poor fool. You try to help us and make them understand. This is space sector calling. Are you talking to me? We have a message for you. Oh, what can it be? Children on earth must all become one family. Your leaders will not listen. But what can I do? People will listen to you. I'm just a poor fool. You try to help us and make them understand.
So I get out of the bed. I figured I'd go for a walk. She said, "How long are you going to be gone?" I said, "The whole time."